throughout the day, and we got an all-star team to catch it all. I've got Ben Bergquam, Steve Gruber, and of course our own David Zier, plus Jane Zirkel's going to join me. Mo Bannon's in the stands, Jack Pasovic. We're going to hit it all. I want to go down the parade route. We got Ben Bergquam at the beginning of the parade down by the Lincoln Memorial. We got Steve Gruber on a riser right next to the president in the middle of the parade, and we've got David Zier right there at 15th and Constitution by the Washington Monument and the in the Slave Museum right there, one of the most famous museums in Washington, D.C. He's at the end of the parade route. Let's go first to our own Steve Gruber. Steve, you're on the riser right there in the middle of the action. Walk me through what you expect today, sir.
Well, we look like we're going to have a pretty good crowd here today. They're streaming in from all around me here, Steve, as you can imagine, to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army and the United States military. They expected about 200,000, I read ahead of time. I think they'll probably hit those numbers. Hard to say. They don't give estimates anymore from the Park Service, as you know. But that notwithstanding, the people are here, red, white, and blue, decked out like it's a 4th of July celebration. It kind of is. In a way, it's Flag Day, June 14th, which, of course, as you just mentioned, is also Donald Trump's 79th birthday. So it's a festive atmosphere, people getting ready for a big parade. Interesting to see tanks. You can't see them on this camera in this shot, but you got tanks and military vehicles. I had to stop from crossing the street today because a couple of Humvees with howitzers behind them, had to make a turn. And I think it's probably best to yield to Humvees and howitzers. That's kind of my common sense direction. So it's going to be a great day. We could have some rain here. I'm geared up for that. It's hot. It's humid. It's Washington in the summer.
Steve, hang right there. I'm going to come back and ask you about the military activity that's been going on today in the Middle East. Let's go to let's start at the beginning of the parade route down by the Lincoln Memorial. That would be our own Ben Bergquam. Ben, put us in the room. You're down there at the very beginning. I take it a lot of the units are going to come across Memorial Bridge right around the Lincoln Memorial. We'll have cameras everywhere. Talk to us about the spirit down there. How are people feeling?
Yeah, it's good, Steve. Yeah, we're right at the beginning. You can see the State Department directly behind me. We got the Lincoln Memorial off to my right. There's converging intersections here. So part of the group, the parade is going to come down one route here. Apparently the major equipment is going to come down from Memorial Bridge down here. They're going to go right behind me and head straight down to where Gruber and David Zier and Brian are going to be. And we're going to have the first action. We got folks, it actually feels pretty calm down here. We're at the very end. It's about a mile and a half in from where you enter through security entrance, and so it feels like people are just enjoying the day. It's a beautiful day. It does definitely have a 4th of July feel to it. We've got patriots out from all over the place, and it's going to be a beautiful day.
How did Ben Bergquam, given all that you've done at the border and in Mexico and down Darien Gap, how did you draw the card at Real America's Voice to be right across from the State Department? How did Ben Bergquam get that on your bingo card?
Maybe they just want eyes on me. I don't know. It's a different America now. Now, had we been here 4 years ago, that may have been a sketchier question. But right now, hopefully that they're actually working for us, not like when they had Blinken and they're working against us. But God bless them. God bless all those civil servants as long as they put America first.
You stick right there. You're going to do some interviews for us too. Let's go to the end of the parade route. We've got our own David Zier. David, you're right there. I guess it's the brand new. That's the Slave Museum. It's only been there. Museum of Slavery's only been there, I think, 5, 6, 7 years. And you've got the Washington Monument right there. I think you're at 15th and Constitution. That's where the parade will end and kind of turn up Constitution for the units. Put us in the room there, sir.
A lot of energy, people coming in the entrance about a quarter mile away here, coming down here, walking along the parade route. A lot of veterans, a lot of Army veterans. I just interviewed a gentleman who was an OV-1 Mohawk Vietnam War pilot. He did surveillance. They were built on Long Island, where I'm from, by Grumman. A lot of veterans, a lot of activity. The largest parade, I believe, in D.C. since the Gulf War in 1991 here. And Dan Driscoll, the Army Secretary, was saying it's not just performative today. This can go a long way for recruiting. And as you know, Steve, recruiting numbers are up. I've been coming to D.C. for almost 50 years. There's a lot of pride again in D.C. It's a lot different atmosphere than the last 4 years, especially since COVID.
You know, we had Brian Glenn and Congressman MTG on the Morning War Room, the traditional Saturday morning, and they were over by Apache helicopters. They had obstacle courses. On the National Mall all day today, David Zier, they were doing activities kind of build the esprit de corps of the military, but also act as a recruiting tool with all the young patriots brought there today by their parents. Sir.
Yes, well, you know, recruiting is up. Contracts signed 56% up from this time last year. Overall recruiting up 10%. It's been down for several years in a row. And, you know, the recruiting pool is shrinking. Only about 30% of young people in America are even eligible to serve due to physical and behavioral limitations. So it's very important to send that message out. You know, we've got, 5 million pounds of armor coming down the street here, especially for the young kids here. A lot of parents bringing their kids. A lot of parents who look like they're veterans who served. Did some great man on the streets. A guy from Oklahoma, a gentleman, Ed Young, from New Jersey. Just a great crowd, great people, great energy, and it should be a very exciting day. Polar opposite of what's going on around the rest of the country.
Yeah, I'm going to be back in a moment, Coach. You know that region of the world as well as anybody. By the way, our own Brian Glenn, White House correspondent Brian Glenn, is going to be in the motorcade with the president today. He'll be in the main VIP area. We're going to get to Brian a little later. Mo Bannon, Jack Posobiec will be in the VIP area for the military and for the veterans. We'll get to all those folks too. I want to go back to Steve Gruber. Steve, it's let's say ironic that we're holding the 250th commemoration anniversary of the formation of the United States Army with this first big parade we've had, I think, since General Schwarzkopf came back. I think it was in 91 from the Gulf War, the victory in the Gulf War, the last time they had a parade here to really honor the military on a weekend where so much is going on in the Middle East. And one of the big areas of contention is that so much of MAGA does not want to see any involvement with American combat troops again, given our 20 years in the Middle East already. Thoughts and observations, Steve Gruber?
Here's my thought and observation after what we've seen overnight. Look, I can't help but remember 1979, 52 hostages, 444 days in Tehran. It was a dark period, Steve. You know that. You know what the morale of the country was. Jimmy Carter was in the office. It felt like nothing was going right. We'd come out of Vietnam. We'd had the Nixon years and Watergate. And then we came into the 70s with Jimmy Carter. And then we had the hostages and the fall of the American embassy in Tehran. And I could not help but go back to those days when I saw the news cross the wire on my phone last night or a couple of nights ago now, I guess, that Israel had taken out the nuclear capabilities of Iran. And we all know right now that Iran is probably at its weakest point, the regime that is, since 1979. And how ironic is that those 444 hostages went home the day that Ronald Reagan became president? It almost feels like that could happen again. There is an opening here. I believe there's an opportunity for this president. No, we don't want to see troops on the ground. No, we don't want another long, drawn-out foreign conflict with no end, no resolution, and no end game. But we do want to see free people, and we want to see those in places like the Islamic Republic of Iran. We want to see those people free again. They want to be free again. And we know we were instrumental in helping Israel deliver those strikes. We did not have military personnel on the ground, but we did play an instrumental role, and we also took out some of those missiles coming back from Iran toward Israel in the last 24 hours as well. The American military, instrumental in delivering peace. We have an opportunity here, I believe this president does again, to extend the Abraham Accords, to extend peace into the Middle East because of this action by Israel. We're not facing World War III. We're facing an opportunity, and I think Donald Trump is the one that can capitalize on it.
I know what you're talking about, at least in the beginning part of 1979. As a young naval officer, my destroyer, the Paul F. Foster DD-964, was part of the first carrier battle groups. Two of them were sent over there, Gonzo Station and Camel Station, right there in the North Arabian Sea, to start to practice and do the workup. Eventually, as you remember, Steve, for a raid that I could tell you at the time as a junior naval officer on the bridge of a ship during our workup, I'm saying, I don't know if this is going to work. When you're off the coast of Iran or Persia, as I refer to it, it looks like the mountains of the moon. And we only had, 40 or 50 helicopters where you need, if you're going to have lift capacity to bring everybody out, you need to start with like 200 So it wasn't particularly well thought through, and I think that's one of the things that happens when you're at the Pentagon or in the White House. What's really the reality on the ground in these areas is not quite the reality that gets focused back to D.C. Steve, really a dramatic 24 hours. I think there's even more news coming out of Israel tonight. There was going to be a number of additional bombing runs, but I think they held off. I tell you what we're going to do. Let's take a commercial break, and I'm going to come back. I got Steve Gruber on the riser. We have Ben Bergquam at the start of the parade route by the Lincoln Memorial. We got our own David Zier right there at the end of the parade route on this grand parade for the U.S. Army. We've got our own Brian Glenn is actually with the president of the motorcade. Jack Basovic's around. Mo Bannon's somewhere around. We got Jane Zirkle is with us. We've got many surprises today. Full coverage. We're here for another 4 hours or so. Parade starts, I think, about 6:15, 6:30, but there's activities before that. We'll cover it all. Real America's Voice. Coverage of America 250, the Grand Army Parade in Washington, D.C. We will be back in just a moment.
Quick heads up for today's military birthday parade. FreeTrumpKnife.com is giving away a limited run of 250 Keep America Great Edition Trump 2025 commemorative knives, and you can claim yours for free. Just cover the shipping. This is a spring-assisted, razor-sharp collector's piece, complete with the laser-etched Trump slogan and an American flag-inspired handle. It's functional, patriotic, and built for anyone who still believes in strength, freedom, and, of course, America first. Whether you add it to your collection or gift it to someone who gets it, this is one of those rare drops that'll go fast. Head to FreeTrumpKnife.com right now. Only 250 are available. Will not last, I'll tell you that. That's FreeTrumpKnife.com. Claim yours now in support of our military and our 47th president.
America 250, celebrating our nation's strength and the heroes who defend it. Right here on Real America's Voice.
Okay, we're on the roof of the historic Willard Hotel. Willard Hotel, as you remember, if you watched the War Room, was the first place that President Lincoln stopped when they snuck him in here from Baltimore about a month before his inauguration in 1860. One, a very historic hotel. We're honored. We've had many big events here at the Willard. We're going to play a clip, I think, at the bottom of the C block, if you guys remember from election night. This is also where the war room was for the to try to stop the big steal. Rudy Giuliani, the late, great Bernie Kerik, Boris Epstein, myself, many others worked right out of the conference room and some of the suites right here at the Willard as we tried to stop Joe Biden and the illegitimate Biden regime from taking office. History has been quite different. David Zier, you're kind of an expert in the Middle East, in CENTCOM, and what radical Islamic jihads try to do here in this country, particularly in New York City. I know you know a lot about what's gone on in the last 12 hours. Give us an update.
Critical infrastructure getting hit in the second wave of attacks by Israel. Very concerning, though, the Asulia oil fields, the South Pars oil fields. There's about 150 oil and gas fields in Iran. These are among the largest of them. And people just have to keep in mind that China gets 3 million barrels a day about from Iran. Japan gets about 9%. South Korea gets a similar amount. But countries like India and Pakistan, and 30% of Greece's oil, 17 countries at least buy oil from Iran. So that is very concerning. We'll see, if this leads to an escalation, and will other countries jump in to try to stop what's going on, especially China and maybe Russia, who built the civilian nuclear program in Iran. Well, we're going to have to track this very closely. We don't want this to expand.
Yeah, one of the concerns here is for a economic meltdown about the oil. We've been a big advocate, of course, in the war room of economic warfare against the mullahs. We were really kind of opposed to kinetic warfare, at least at this stage. We thought it was way too early, but economic warfare. But that would be totally focused on the 2 to 3 million barrels they ship a day. Remember, when you talk about barrels they ship a day, you've got the legitimate barrels they ship and then the black market barrels they ship. People believe maybe it's up to 3 million, which would be 25% of the CCP of China's total input. That would be quite devastating. People are watching the price of oil, they're watching the bond market, gold. Of course, if you're in gold right now, the Financial Times of London has an amazing story up in the weekend edition. Grayson Moa pushed it out again, and the Real America's Voice, the Birch Gold team will be here on Monday with me to talk about that, saying that even the Financial Times of London, which are not gold bugs, are saying that, hey, it looks like gold is the most stable currency in the world, and particularly for central banks. That is actually a big shift. There's massive geopolitical concerns about what's going on, and of course, the Israelis are doing another pounding. They're saying they're going after infrastructure. They're going after the Ayatollah. This looks like a continuation of the decapitation strike. The United States, as we know, involved at least to this period in defense, air defense. We understand there's been a lot of pressure on President Trump to actually get into offensive combat sorties. President Trump has said he's not going to get involved. At least what we understand is not going to get involved now. You see on the Chiron, the Israelis vow more attacks on Iran. Of course, Tel Aviv last night and Haifa took incoming ballistic missiles all night long, and so the Iranians at least are attempting to strike back. These are both slugging it out. And during the parade tonight, we will be giving you updates. We're also at 5 o'clock going to give you an update with one of the top news people, Liz Collins in Minnesota, about the assassination of these political figures, these Democrats in Minnesota. There's been a release of the individual that did it. He's an appointee of the Democrat Governor Walz to one of the commissions out there. So a lot of consternation on what's happening in this targeted assassinations, it looks like, in Minnesota. Let me go to Ben Bergquam. We're going to be doing interviews with Ben in just a minute, but first I want to get your thoughts. You're very close to the folks in the Holy Land. You and Oscar Blue Ramirez did go to Ukraine last year to give us updates on the war there. What are your thoughts on what's going on in the last 24 hours?
Well, the geopolitically, obviously, Israel has to do what Israel has to do. They're in a different position than we are. When you look at where they are geographically, it's not a position I would want to have to be in. We have oceans to protect us. They are surrounded by governments that hate them, that want to destroy them, that want to wipe them off the map when they chant from the river to the sea. They're talking about destroying Israel forever. And so Israel has to act in advance. They have to act in their best interest. And the best person for that, the best person that they could have is Netanyahu. And so I just support them in their actions. Now, for America, geopolitically, this is going to have a direct impact. We've already seen this violence across America. When you saw Gaza and the Palestinians attacked Israel, and we've got people marching in our streets to protect Hamas and Hezbollah. You look at the violence that's created. You look at the enemies within our own government and within our own country that are marching to protect terrorists, jihadist terrorists. Guaranteed, this is going to have negative impacts on that and is potentially going to increase the violence and the threat to America. I'm waiting to see what happens today, if there's any escalation from that. Obviously, this NoKings.org, these communist organizations that are working across America right now to protest America, this is going to give fuel to them. But ultimately, going back to Gruber's point and David Zier's point, Iran is not a positive nation, not a positive influence for the nations of the world. And so these nations need to be dealt with. The Ayatollahs need to be dealt with. But every decision, every action has a potentially unknown reaction or a known reaction, and each one of those we'll have to deal with. So it's crazy times to live, but we're already in those crazy times. The key for America is to put America first, to put the people in positions that will put America first, the citizens of this nation first, and that will hold the criminals and enemies within this nation accountable. That's really our goal.
In putting America first and putting particularly American citizens first, you've been in the middle of it. Last weekend, we did All Weekend with Ben Berquam in Los Angeles. Talk to us about, you see today it's supposed to be Philadelphia. It's No King's Day. I think there's 1,000 or 1,400 sites around the country. Supposedly, they're really called off doing too much in D.C. because of the show of force of troops here. Laura Loomer, and we'll track down Laura Loomer later, she's here because she said there's a couple of left-wing neo-Marxist groups that have teamed up with jihadists that are in D.C. and supposed to get here about 3 or 4 o'clock. But Ben, given what you saw in L.A. last weekend, what's your sense of what's going to happen this week? Because it's supposed to be a nationwide call to arms, particularly the centerpiece of that's supposed to be Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's just the beginning of what I anticipate from the left. They really don't have any arguments when it comes to politically for the 2026 elections. This is all about 2026. This is not about protecting illegal aliens. This is not about justice or injustice. This is about the Democrat Party using the brown shirts of their party, the violent leftist, Antifa, the Marxist, now the jihadists, this unholy alliance where you have communists, illegals, jihadists, all standing together against America to destroy this country from within. So I anticipate that heat increasing. I anticipate the violence increasing all throughout the summer. It really comes down to what the response will be. And what we saw with the George Floyd riots, when they just allowed them to burn the cities, that cannot happen again. And I think President Trump learned his lesson from that. I think not following the Lindsey Graham mantra of letting these guys do what they want and blowing off steam. They have to shut this stuff down early, prosecute these guys early, and ultimately that will determine whether or not this actually gets any legs and goes anywhere. But that's the goal. This is the Democrats' strategy for 2026, is create chaos, create hysteria across America, get as many people out in the streets being violent as they can, and hope that squelches the Patriots' voice. It makes people think, oh, maybe we're not going in the right direction. We have to understand that that's coming and counter that with the truth of the reality of what's happening on the ground. That's why it's critical that we're out there operating, embedding with ICE, embedding with these operations across America to show the truth about what's happening.
Steve Gruber, your thoughts about No King's Day? They're trying to rile it up today. Philadelphia looks like the center of gravity. I don't think they're going to have too big a representation in D.C. At least we don't think so. But the police department's put out and the intelligence department said, hey, there may be a mass casualty event today. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, certainly that's what they're looking for, is the opportunity, they being the terrorists, they being those who would attack America and put us on our heels. But from what I can tell so far, monitoring social media, which is the best I can do, and the turnout here in D.C., anemic, I think would be the word that comes to mind for me. I'm seeing online that some of the No King's Day protests have been canceled due to lack of interest. Well, go figure. I think Ben's right about 2026, but I'd like to go back, Steve, to something that David Zier said about those oil fields getting bombed, if I may. Here's a situation where we talked at the top of the show about we're in the best situation since 1979 to maybe regain the freedom for the people in the nation of Iran. But here's the other thing, and you know this, Steve. The dictator, Xi Jinping, is in his weakest position in a very long time. They have been moving the chess pieces around him for about the last year. He's not in a great position. If the economy in China is further damaged by the bombings of the Iranian oil fields, it could put him in a real predicament. And it could put him in a position of being pushed out of power. Look, that's what happened in the Chinese Communist Party. You only have about 100 million members in the entire country of 1 billion, too. But he could be in a damaged position. Think about that. Israel, by striking Iran, could do damage to Iran, Russia, China, North Korea, and all of those enemies of America by doing that vicious strike on the nuclear fields and then going after the oil fields to do economic warfare on the nation of Iran, which could have a domino effect through the other nations that always put America at the top of their list to take down. So I think that there are some big things still coming. It could be a negative impact on Xi Jinping. I think it could be a negative impact on Tehran, which again could open the door for Donald Trump to do some great things when it comes to diplomacy and pushing the mantra of peace. Yes, we're here to celebrate the U.S. Army for 250 years, but it's peace through strength, through America first.
Steve Gruber, hang on. Guys, hang on. We'll take a short commercial break. We're going to be back to the parade. Events are starting to kick off. We're going to cover them all. We'll return to Real America's Voice coverage of America 250, the 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States Army, in a minute.
As we celebrate the strength, honor, and sacrifice of our great U.S. military today, there's never been a better time to stand up for the values that make America truly exceptional: faith, family, and freedom. That's why AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is proud to sponsor today's special broadcast. AMAC is the leading conservative alternative to AARP. And right now, in honor of this patriotic event, they're offering you a full 1-year membership for just $1. That's right, just $1. As an AMAC member, you'll receive their award-winning magazine, access to exclusive discounts, valuable resources, and the support of a national community that puts country before politics. So, if you love America, if you honor our military, and if you want to keep this country on the right path, don't wait. Go to amac.us/parade right now and join for just $1. That's amac.us/parade. Join the fight for America's future and do it today.
what, so they can enjoy a healthy and fulfilling life of service. We can find great support and solace in those who walk alongside us in challenging times and in moments of great celebrations like this one. People are the strength of the Army, and across the nation, Army families are integral part of the communities they serve. Today we celebrate that strength and look forward to a bright future together. Today I say, happy 250th birthday, Army.
Now a word from Gary Sinise, founder of the Gary Sinise Foundation, today's entertainment sponsor.
Hello, U.S. Army. Gary Sinise here. Happy 250th birthday to the U.S. Army. 250 years. Amazing. To everybody who has served in the Army, who is there, who has served in the Army, currently serving in the Army, welcome. We are happy to be sponsoring the entertainment of Scotty Hastings and Noah Hicks today. The Gary Sinise Foundation has thousands and thousands and thousands of donors who all care about our military. They care about our service members. They care about our U.S. Army, and they wanted to be a part of this great, great event in celebration of 250 years of the U.S. Army. I am a grateful, grateful American for all you do to defend freedom, to protect our country. And God bless you. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy the entertainment. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Representing presenting sponsor General Dynamics, please welcome the Executive Vice President for Global Operations, Danny Deep.
Thank you. So the United States Army has served the nation with distinction for 2.5 centuries, fundamental to the birth of our great republic. Values like service, courage, and duty are reflected in this iconic institution because they are personified in the brave men and women who serve our Army and our nation so dutifully. Events such as today celebrate many incredible milestones the Army's achieved, heroic stories, great sacrifices, great stories of victory. But what makes this celebration also special is where the Army is going. Army leadership is truly driving a transformational change, maybe the most consequential in generations. And if you listen, really listen to where they're going, those of us who are partnered with the Army are inspired. And it should absolutely be clear to those who are not on our side that they should be afraid. The Army's determination to accelerate and embrace technology to become faster, lighter, and more lethal will be our North Star. General Dynamics embraces this transformation, and we will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the Army can see further, decide faster, and act decisively with lethal and definitive force. We will not rest as we know you never can. We will not delay because we know you have no time. And most importantly, we will never, ever lose sight of who we do this for, the soldiers of our Army, those warriors who do all of the heavy lifting. For us, there is no higher calling than protecting those who protect us. For 250 years, the Army has shaped our nation and preserved our way of life and been at the center of winning the nation's wars. Our commitment at General Dynamics is to make certain that our forces have the very best. I've heard it from so many soldiers, so many officers over the years. None of us wants a fair fight. So on behalf of General Dynamics, to those serving in the Army today, those who have come before you, and those who are yet to come, happy 250th. Thank you for everything you do to keep our nation strong.
We're going to keep the camera on. This is the entertainment part. Jane Zirkle is with me. Jane, what do we got? We have a number of events here. What's going to happen?
Yeah, we have a huge entertainment lined up, all Army-centric, of course. We'll see the U.S. Army drill team, the U.S. Army band with a Latin music ensemble, the U.S. Army band Downrage. We have a DJ, Scotty Hastings, who is a former Army infantryman, and Noah Hicks, who is a country music singer from Nashville. So we're bringing in the country music vibes.
And brought all in by Gary Sinise. Let's go back to the main stage.
Thank you for your leadership. and thank you for your service to our nation. Before we could become the first constitutional republic in world history, we needed the Continental Army to fight for independence. The Army was formed more than a year before the Declaration of Independence because the fight for freedom could not wait. That spirit of readiness and resolve helped to shape the Republic, and it continues to define the Army to this day. Readiness is the foundation of the Army's success. For 250 years, this institution has stood ready to protect our country, to lead through change, and to serve with honor. The Army's strength has always come from people, from soldiers who rise to the mission, and families who stand behind them. Because readiness does not happen alone. Behind every soldier is a family, a spouse, a partner, parents, children who serve in their own way. Your support is what enables our soldiers to stay focused, knowing that the home is safe and secure. At USAA, we are proud to play a role in that support. Our story began more than 100 years ago when 25 soldiers joined together to insure each other's vehicles when no one else would. But what brought them together was not business, it was trust. And the rest, as they say, is history. Today, the spirit of trust and integrity lives on in a community of more than 14 million strong, military families from every branch and every walk of life. But our purpose remains the same, to help the military community be prepared for what's ahead, financially, emotionally, and practically, so those in uniform can stay focused on their mission. We are deeply grateful to all of those who serve, past and present, and for the families who stand beside them. Your commitment to this country is unmatched, and we are proud to support you every step of the way. As we honor the Army's past, we also look with confidence at the future, knowing that the next generation of soldiers will carry forward with the same courage, integrity, and innovation that has defined the Army for 250 years. Happy 250th birthday.
At this time, we would like to recognize the generous support of all of our sponsors for helping make today's Army Birthday Festival possible. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we'd like to acknowledge and thank the sponsors of the 250th Army Birthday Festival, whose generous support has helped make this event possible. Presenting sponsor, General Dynamics. Presenting sponsor, USAA.
What's that promo code?
Okay, we'll take it back here.
Entertainment space.
Thank you very much. We're going to go back. Let me know. We're going to go back to the. Entertainment. Gary Sinise, one of Andrew Breitbart's closest friend, the founder of, I think it was the Lincoln Society out there, which was to be, or the Society of Abe, which is an underground group of conservatives founded by Gary Sinise and Andrew Breitbart to really pull together conservatives in the media and television industry for years and years and years. And Gary Sinise, one of the most dedicated folks I've ever seen to veterans causes, everything to do with the VA, to wounded veterans. Of course, the Lieutenant Dan Band, it came from Forrest Gump, but he got really involved with it after that, the famous film he was in. I want to go to David Zier. Zier, how are these? Everybody's complaining. All the liberals are saying, hey, all this is going to do is chew up the roads, particularly Constitution Avenue, beautiful Constitution Avenue, all the way from the Lincoln Memorial to the Federal Reserve, through Foggy Bottom, all the way down to the Washington Monument and the Museum of Slavery. I understand you have inside baseball how that's not going to happen.
White House has been working very closely, not with just the Metropolitan Police Department, who beefed up security. You know, there was 2 stabbings and a shooting here last week during the World Pride Parade off on one of the side streets. But they've been working very closely on securing permits, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers. Jess Curry from the Army Corps of Engineers was responsible for getting the permits and making sure these wide loads, these heavy loads, an M1 tank, 70 tons, right? It might be up to 60 tanks here. HIMARS coming down the street, and to make sure these bridges and roads could withstand it. And he was stating that the roads, the staging areas have tracking pads down, and there's rubber tracking on the treads of these tanks. Also, they'll be going very slow, but there's also steel reinforcements being put in certain parts of the roadway when these tanks have to pivot, so the treads don't do damage to the city streets. And they assured the people of Washington, D.C. that there would be little to no damage from these heavy lifts coming down Constitution Avenue.
David Zier, stay right there. Gruber, Ben Berquam, all in place. Brian Glenn is going to join us here. We're going to take a short commercial break. Calamity Jane Zirkle is riding shotgun. She's going to introduce all the entertainment acts as we go back to the main stage there on the National Mall. We're going to take a short commercial break. Let our sponsors talk here on Real America's Voice. We'll be back in a moment.
Back to our parade coverage in a moment, but first we want to thank Patriot Mobile. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. Where you spend your money matters, which is why I want you to switch to America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. You get exceptional nationwide coverage because, unlike most wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major networks. You can even have 2 lines on 2 separate networks, all on one phone. Now that's freedom you can't get with any single network carrier. Patriot Mobile, the flexible, unlimited high-speed data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and internet on the go. It's all there. Patriot Mobile is your one-stop telecommunications solution. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in minutes. Go to patriotmobile.com/parade or call 972-PATRIOT. Get a free month of service with promo code PARADE. That's right, promo code PARADE. Make the switch today and defend freedom with every call you make. That's patriotmobile.com/parade. Or you can always call 972-PATRIOT.
and soul. Thank you for being here today. Happy 250th birthday, Army. This we'll defend.
Before there was a nation, there were soldiers. And for 250 years, they've answered the call, standing ready to protect freedom, confront danger, and safeguard the American way of life. Generation after generation, soldiers carried the mission forward. The Army doesn't wait for the future, it prepares for it. Battle-tested and constantly evolving, today's Army thrives under pressure. Across every domain, land, air, sea, space, and cyber, the Army remains ready and engaged. Through training and transformation, the Army ensures soldiers are equipped, empowered, and prepared to win against any adversary. Artificial intelligence and advanced weapons are changing the way we fight. But our foundation stays the same, the warrior ethos. Mission first. Never quit. Never accept defeat. Never leave a fallen comrade. Wherever the need, soldiers show up to fight and to serve, ensuring the safety and security of the nation. The Army's legacy lives in those who step forward. And the next chapter? It belongs to those who are ready to lead, to adapt, and make the same promise that every soldier makes to the nation and its people.
This will defend.
I hear you calling! I hear you calling!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I just never understood how a man who died for good could not have a day that would. He said, aside for his recognition, because it can never be. Just because one cannot see.
Yes, it is, and they're running 2 minutes ahead of schedule. A testament to President Trump's military reform right there.
Hey, Pete Hexa, good on you. Okay, we're going to watch the cake cutting 250th
Congress
birthday.
enshrined into
Here we
law
go.
the creation of a Continental Army. We celebrate and honor that historic act through the long-standing tradition of cutting the birthday cake with an Army saber. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we count down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and join us in singing the Army song.
March along, sing our song with the army of the free. Count the brave, count the true, who have fought
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the formal portion of the festival. Thank you for celebrating the 258th birthday of your United States Army.
Okay. Welcome back. Okay, there we go. That's the former part. That's over the National Mall right now, the birthday party. If any other action takes place, we'll go back. Jane, pretty impressive. What do we got now? We still have about an hour and a half to go. 6:30 Eastern Daylight Time is when the parade gets rolling. I think it's going to start a little earlier from over the Arlington side. I think we've got a pool camera that's going to pick up coming across Memorial Bridge. Our own Ben Berquam will be down there. He's by the Lincoln Memorial. Steve Gruber's on the riser right by the president. And David Zier is towards the end of the parade route right there by the Washington Monument, which is right in back of us. We're in the historic Willard Hotel. We've had many great times there. In fact, we're going to play a clip, I think, when we get back in the top of the next hour. Jane, what else we got? We're still going on.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're waiting for the parade, but I think what today did a really excellent job of doing was capturing how when someone joins the armed services, it's not just them making the sacrifice, it's their whole family.
Yes.
And today was all about the military family. They had lots of events for the kids going on. There were a lot of celebrities and NFL personalities on the ground teaching kids about physical fitness. There was actually, I thought, a funny nod to Kamala Harris. They had to climb the coconut tree, rock climbing event for kids. We saw the logs being moved across the National Mall. We saw different drill teams performing their duties, and it was just really an amazing experience to get to witness that and see all the machinery that was on the ground, the tanks, the different equipment. You got to go inside of them, inside the helicopters. Just a very unique opportunity for families.
But I think one of the reasons for that is all the deployments, particularly the deployments to the Middle East. You know, we had Tage Gill on this morning. I think he did 16 deployments, 6 or 8 as a Navy SEAL, and then the rest as a contractor. But it's the family that goes on deployment too, although they're back here. This is why there's been a lot of issues with Army families. There's been a high divorce rate, PTSD when guys get back or men and women get back. As everybody knows, Joe Kent's wife died in Syria on her deployment. So it's been very tough on families, very tough on the kids. That's one of the reasons this whole thing today has been kind of celebratory around not just the Army, but the Army family.
For sure. And, bringing it back also, I want to talk about Maha for a second. I know we have a lot of, Maha fans out there. And it was a great display of the physical endurance that it takes to be a war hero and promoting these healthy habits, especially for the next generation, to essentially groom the next generation for the battles ahead. Because as we know, our country is facing an obesity epidemic. Our food supply is being, damaged with all these seed oils and toxic chemicals that RFK Jr. is working very hard to root out. And so promoting these healthy habits for kids at an early age is incredibly important, and especially not promoting them via the Michelle Obama method, which was quite the disaster with the school lunch program.
Well, we had this morning when we had MTG on, she's CrossFit. We had Brian Glenn. They were both out there at the Apache, but they had the endurance course, right? The obstacle course that they were doing. So they showed the kids the obstacle course. I think civilians could kind of come over and test how many push-ups they could do, how quickly they could climb it, right?
Yeah, they had the thing that you could smack and see how high you can hit it. They had the punching bag. So a big show of physical fitness.
Now, is it true to the rumor that our own Natalie Winters was over there doing it earlier in the day?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't see her out there.
She says she's Pilates. Okay, we believe her. I didn't know if, Natalie, the princess, I don't know.
I think if they had a Soul Cycle course out there, I would have hopped on, but I wasn't too keen on the rock climbing.
I saw the cycles over there. No, Natalie Winters, such a great patriot. Jane, also I want to announce you're going to be, and I think David Zier, we're going to be live on Monday at Trump Tower, right? Very special announcement, very special kind of commemoration of the 10 years of President Trump coming down the Golden Escalator.
Yes, it's crazy to think that when President Trump announced, I was only 13 years old, and by the time the Trump family probably gets out of office, I'll be, 67, but that was a joke. That was a joke, Media Matters.
No, Media Matters, that's true. Jane knows the inside baseball. That's when actually President Trump decides not to run for another term. We're just kidding. Actually, we're not.
We'll see. But yeah, it's the 10th anniversary at Trump Tower. I mean, how historic is that to be at the start of the crime, as many would say. But there's going to be some really exciting interviews. Some Trump family members will be on the ground, and we're excited to talk to them.
Amazing. Dr. Bradley Thayer is with us. Brian Glenn is going to join us. He's in the motorcade. We've got Gruber, Berquam, Zier on the parade route. A lot more activity. America 250, Army 250 today, the 250th anniversary of the formation of the United States Army. It's also Flag Day and the 79th birthday of the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Short commercial break. We're back. Real America's Voice here at the rooftop of the Willard Hotel in just a moment.
Quick heads up for today's military birthday parade. FreeTrumpKnife.com is giving away a limited run of 250 Keep America Great Edition Trump 2025 commemorative knives, and you can claim yours for free. Just cover the shipping. This is a spring-assisted, razor-sharp collector's piece, complete with a laser-etched Trump slogan and an American flag-inspired handle. It's functional, patriotic, and built for anyone who still believes in strength, freedom, and, of course, America first. Whether you add it to your collection or gift it to someone who gets it, this is one of those rare drops that'll go fast. Head to FreeTrumpKnife.com right now. Only 250 are available. Will not last, I'll tell you that. That's FreeTrumpKnife.com. Claim yours now in support of our military and our 47th president.
America 250, celebrating our nation's strength and the heroes who defend it. Right here on Real America's Voice.
Okay, welcome back to the rooftop of the Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C. We're here for America 250, the 250th birthday of the formation of the United States Army. There is breaking news both in Minnesota and Texas. I want to go to Liz Collins with Alpha News, the best news service in all of Minnesota. Liz, people around the country and the world are shocked. Let's say there's been some assassinations of political figures in Minnesota. Can you get us up to speed on what's happening?
Yes, Steve, thank you for having me. Been just a horrific day in Minnesota, no doubt about that. Began about 2 o'clock this morning when Senator John Hoffman and his wife were shot inside their residence. That happened in a city just outside of the metro, Champlin. And then it was about an hour and a half later that the call came in that Speaker Emeritus Melissa Hortman and her husband, they were shot and killed in what Governor Tim Walz has called a politically motivated attack. That was about 90 minutes later, and there have been several press conferences since. We know right now that the suspect in this case, Vance Belter is his name, a 57-year-old man who lives in Green Isle, Minnesota, which is just about an hour outside of the Minneapolis area, lived there with his wife and 5 children. He was appointed by Governor Tim Walz to what's called the Workforce Development Board back in 2019, was also before that serving under Governor Dayton in 2016 on the Governor's Workforce Development Council. We've been trying to gather as much information as we can, just his online presence. It's interesting, his social media was scrubbed kind of as we were digging into him, but works for a security company. It's believed that he was dressed as someone looking to be a member of law enforcement when he came to these homes in the middle of the night. He was in a squad black SUV with actually lights on the top of it. And if you follow Liz Collin, it's at Liz Collin on X, you'll see some images there. He's wearing a mask in the images that were provided to us over at Alpha News, and you can clearly see he's wearing kind of body armor, a blue shirt, looking like law enforcement. But he is still on the run at this hour. Here we are, nearly more than 12 hours later, talking about all of this, and they have released some recent images. He was last seen in a light-colored cowboy hat. We know that the area that they were looking in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, they've lifted the order. Residents are allowed to go back outside. We don't know exactly what that means just yet, but the latest update that is he's still on the run, and they are still looking for him. Hundreds of law enforcement officers involved in this search at this hour. It's pretty sad, the scene. They also have released little details at this point, but they say that Vance Belter had what they referred to as a manifesto, but my sources from law enforcement referred to it more as a hit list that they found inside his vehicle. More than 60 names on that hit list. They say all Democrats. Also, some Planned Parenthood locations are listed on that as well. And then the Department of Public Safety here in Minnesota have also released some pictures, what look to be no kings, so perhaps something related to the so-called No Kings rallies that were being held today. Some paperwork, which also there's some pictures there on my X account of that. So they actually asked people not to go to those rallies in Minnesota today. Governor Walz was supposed to speak at one. He declined. Our Attorney General, Keith Ellison in Minnesota, went ahead and he spoke despite this horrific news at the rally today. But that is the latest at this point, Steve, here in Minnesota.
Well, a couple questions. Number one, he's appointed by both Mark Dayton, who I think is a pretty big progressive, and Tim Walz. I would assume, do we know his party affiliation? I would assume that he's a Democrat, or if he's been appointed by 2 very progressive governors back-to-back for a labor development board or commission. And wouldn't we know that already, whether he's a Democrat? And why, what authority would go out and scrub his social media? If he does, unless he scrubbed it, why did it look like officials went out and scrubbed his social media, ma'am?
Yeah, it looked like actually after we were hearing his name from some sources in law enforcement, we were grabbing as much as we could, and then almost seeing some of this disappear before our eyes. And this was just a few hours ago now. And then they publicly came out a couple hours later and named him as the person of interest. So, yeah, you're obviously asking the right questions here, Steve, with political affiliation and whatnot. It's interesting. One would think, in Minnesota, we don't actually know, people's political affiliations, just voter record-wise. However, it would seem to suggest, that he served under these two Democratic governors in Minnesota on these boards. But then also there's this manifesto with Democratic members, leaders on this list, some who are no longer in office, and then also this planned protest addresses, from what we understand, on this manifesto are hit list. So I think there's certainly a lot of questions that still remain to be answered. But authorities are obviously saying, if you see this guy, you got to call 911. He's obviously armed and dangerous. And who knows, a very alert cop is the one who actually discovered Senator Hoffman and his wife and said, you know what, Melissa Hortman doesn't live that far away. Let's just actually go check on her. These are both leaders at the state legislature in Minnesota. And then that's when he goes, these cops respond to that address, and they actually shoot and fire at this suspect, and he gets away. But this is when they discover Melissa Hortman and her husband inside as victims of this horrific shooting.
Did Tim Walz, they must have known pretty quickly. The manifesto itself, the names, or some of the names have been leaked, but they haven't given out any of the body of actually the manifesto, any of the writing of what his manifesto was. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. The only thing we've seen at this point are these what look to be like flyers and a picture from inside of a vehicle that have no kings scribbled on them. And this is when law enforcement, they released that this morning and said, hey, don't go to any of these rallies that are planned throughout Minnesota today. This guy's still on the loose. Is that a legitimate? Was that really going to happen? Who knows? But they were, I think, just trying to warn the public that it was, perhaps a possibility. And so we also know there's a large law enforcement presence in Green Isle, Minnesota, again, where Vance Belter lived. Seems to have lived there for years with his wife and 5 children. As I said, he's 57 years old. And this security guard company that he was working for, his wife seemed to work for as well, from what we can find. And obviously, he would have had access to these, what looked to be black SUVs, squad-looking type vehicles, and that's what was recovered from Melissa Hortman's. It looked to be her driveway today, where they finally just took that vehicle out, and after they went ahead and looked for evidence inside, but it seems to be suggesting that he obviously got away on foot from that scene.
Let me ask you just the timeline. I think that correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the first shooting might have taken place at like 3 a.m. and then maybe 4. They had the police vehicle, the fake police vehicle. The manifesto was in there. Did Tim Walz, is my timeline wrong? Did Tim Walz give a press conference and not bring up the name of this individual or the fact that he had appointed him to a commission or a committee in the state of Minnesota, ma'am?
Yeah, that's correct. The first shooting was at 2, and then the other around 3 a.m., so about an hour or so, or 3:30 a.m. But yes, I was monitoring the first press conference. It was very clear that Governor Walz did not mention anything about the suspect at that point, or any ties to this Workforce Development Council. His term, Vance Belter's term on this Workforce Development Council, did expire in 2023, so he was no longer serving on that. We have not seen the governor since that press conference that took place this morning. This last press conference was a law enforcement presence was there and kind of front and center, and they were the people that were releasing the information about Vance Belter and these images that looked to be updated of him wearing a light-colored cowboy hat, saying this is what he was last seen wearing. Call 911 if you see this guy.
And correct me if I'm wrong, was he wounded by the police? In other words, he's on the run or on the lam, but the police actually shot him during the confrontation?
I don't have confirmation of that at this point, Steve. It sounds like it was a chaotic scene. They fired at him, and I was told through my sources that they thought they got him. But I guess at this point, there's not confirmation of that.
Liz, where do people go for your social media and to Alpha News site? This is one of the biggest stories in the world right now. I know everybody's going to keep up to speed with it. So where do they go, ma'am?
Yeah, thank you. It's alphanews.org, and it's at Liz Collin, LIZCOLLIN on X, and also Alpha News MN. We certainly wish that Minnesota would be in the headlines for different reasons, just reasons. This is just a horrific day.
Liz, everybody will go tracking it, and if anything pops up, please reach out to us. Liz Collin, Alpha News in Minnesota. Looks like targeted assassinations of a couple of political figures in Minnesota. A lot of unanswered questions right now. We're going to take a short commercial break. There's a lot of activity going on, and of course the parade is about to start in about an hour. We'll return here to the rooftop of the famous Willard Hotel in the heart of Washington, D.C., right across from the Treasury Department and the White House. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
As we celebrate the strength, honor, and sacrifice of our great U.S. military today, there's never been a better time to stand up for the values that make America truly exceptional: faith, family, and freedom. That's why AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is proud to sponsor today's special broadcast. AMAC is the leading conservative alternative to AARP. And right now, in honor of this patriotic event, they're offering you a full 1-year membership for just $1. That's right, just $1. As an AMAC member, you'll receive their award-winning magazine, access to exclusive discounts, valuable resources, and the support of a national community that puts country before politics. So, if you love America, if you honor our military, and if you want to keep this country on the right path, don't wait. Go to amac.us/parade right now and join for just $1. That's amac.us/parade. Join the fight for America's future and do it today.
America 250, celebrating our nation's strength and the heroes who defend it. Right here on Real America's Voice.
Okay, as you know, political upheaval in this country, part of it driven by the fact that President Trump rose and came to power starting 10 years ago tomorrow. We'll commemorate that on Monday. We're going to have a special. We're going to start the show, War Room, both David Zier and our own Jane Zirkle will be at Trump Tower. We will go there for live interviews on the 10th anniversary of President Trump coming down the golden escalator. Think of the journey you have gone through, the country's gone through, Trump's gone through, and the MAGA movement has gone through in the last 10 years. Right now, we're living in a time of political turmoil. Ben Berquam, breaking news out of Texas about the State House. Was it just, were people just taking out the State House there because of security threats, sir?
Yeah, Steve, we're just got reports. Texas DPS made an announcement that around 1 p.m. Texas time, local, that's Central time, that they received credible threats on the Texas state capitol in Austin from these No Kings protests that are anticipated coming up. They evacuated the Texas State House, they said, out of an abundance of caution. We don't have any more details on what those credible threats were, but we're monitoring that. As soon as we get more details, we'll let you know.
Ben, I just want to be specific. When you saw DPS readout and we talked to DPS, they're tying this to the No Kings demonstration in Austin, Texas, because that was supposed to be one of the bigger ones. Are they specifically saying that, or are we surmising that?
The reports that I'm getting right now, so Texas, the message that came out from Texas DPS doesn't specifically name the No Kings protest, but all of the other reports that I'm seeing out there do say that. So I don't see it directly coming from Texas DPS, but every other report I'm seeing has it connected to the No Kings protest.
Okay, so you work your sources. We'll come back to you, but very disturbing news out of Austin, Texas, emptied the State House. Let's go to our own Steve Gruber. Steve, just some questions that don't. This thing in Minnesota, some of it doesn't make sense. Number one, how is the guy? I tell you, it's the old Andrew Breitbart rule. If you're 5 or 6, 7, 8 hours into a story, and they haven't said it's Tea Party, they haven't said it's a Republican, or they haven't said it's MAGA, there's some reason for that. I don't understand, Steve, the timeline, how this could take place really in the 2:30 a.m., 3 a.m., all that. And then Waltz gives a press conference, yet we know they have the vehicle, they know they have the manifesto, they obviously have this guy's name, yet that's not mentioned by Walz, and they scrub the social media. And we don't know. Right now they're trying to put out there, he had Planned Parenthood on there, so it's these crazy anti-abortion people. But it appears and looks like at least he's been appointed by two of the most progressive Democrats in the country, right? Mark Dayton, I think, and Tim Walz. Your thoughts?
My thoughts are pretty clear. First of all, Liz from Alpha News. Alpha News is the premier news source in Minnesota. I tip my hat to them for being on top of the story and doing such a terrific job. I refer to them often when I'm going to Minnesota for news, and they're right on top of it. Here's the pattern. You look at this Vance Luther Bolter, 57 years old, worked for Tim Walz. Tim Walz clearly knows this guy. He worked for Dayton previous to going to work for Tim Walz, so he obviously knows him, and he knows who the suspect is before we do. I think we can surmise that pretty safely. And that means that Tim Walz is distancing himself or attempting to distance himself from somebody who's been in his administration and the previous administration and working for Democratic Farmer Labor Party bosses in Minnesota. It's the DFL in Minnesota for people that don't know. It's not the Democrat Party. It's the Democrat Farmer Labor Party in Minnesota, as you know. And therefore, look, there's an obvious pattern here. And you can see it. He had the No Kings pamphlets or made-up sheets in his car. We saw the pictures of that. We saw him get in a shootout with police. We know that happened. And look, I give a lot of credit to that police officer. Heads up. He goes, we have another member of the state legislature not far from here. Smart move on that police officer's mind right there to get there. He may have prevented it. As we know, not a manifesto, as Liz explained, but a list of maybe 60 other targets. This guy, Bolter, had a list of 60 other targets, all Democrats, she said, from her investigation so far. Isn't that interesting? So you've got this No Kings events happening, canceled in Minnesota, by the way, all of them canceled because of this. Tim Walz was supposed to speak at one of them. He did not because of all of this happening. But as Liz pointed out, he's gone silent. He's gone basically into hiding because he doesn't want to come out and discuss this with the press. And why would you? This is somebody that worked for your administration. This is somebody that is now targeting your fellow DFL members in Minnesota, the left liberal-leaning party in Minnesota, people that you're in cahoots with is Tim Walz. So, but I'm standing here in Washington, D.C., and I couldn't help but think, here just a couple of weeks ago, you had 2 Jewish people gunned down because they were Jewish coming out of an event. You've got the violence in Minnesota. You can see a pattern here that's happening all over the country. You've got these No Kings events. Now, a lot of them have fizzled, and we just heard the news out of Austin, Texas, that they evacuated the State House because of a credible threat, according to DPS down there. I did see a pretty good crowd in San Diego, but that's about the only one. I'm monitoring this on social media, as everybody does, to try to figure out where are the crowds. Not much here in D.C., but obviously, but maybe this is a pretty hardened target here today, Steve, as you know. But you look at what's happening in Minnesota, you look at what happened here to these 2 Jewish residents of D.C. gunned down in the street, and you see a pattern of behavior and violence. Look, if it was the other way, if it was a MAGA supporter, if it was somebody wearing a Make America Great Again hat, they would be all over the news. They would be 24/7 on the loop over at Chicken Noodle News and MSNBC. It would all be there on a continuous loop. You know it, so do I. And that Andrew Breitbart, exactly right. Boy, do we miss him today for sure. But he was exactly right. If they don't name who it is within a few hours, you can do the math. You can connect the dots.
I want to go to these men. By the way, Kevin Pasovic's going to join us. He's been out in the National Mall, give us an update. But also, we're going to ask him about Philadelphia. Supposedly, the biggest of the No Kings was going to be in Philadelphia today. We'll see how that's playing out. I want to go back to these manifestos because they're very important. Michael Patrick Leahy had a historic fight. I think it's for 2 years now, to get the manifesto from the shooter at the Christian school in Nashville. And we know every time a piece of it's leaked, it's more insane. It's totally tied to transgender ideology. And you understand why they're not releasing the manifesto, because it shows who's kind of associated with this, how the ideology warps these people. I don't know why the police do not release the manifesto so the public can kind of see it and make a determination themselves of what's going on. Steve Gruber.
Well, in Minnesota, I mean, there's a reason they don't release it. And you keep pointing out how the social media has been scrubbed. Of course it has. And you've got to believe that early this morning that members of the Walz administration were making phone calls, getting a hold of whoever they could to get Facebook pages, X pages, Instagram, wherever this guy might have had a presence, removed immediately. Look, there's no surprise here. We ought to be able to see, we should have been able to see the Nashville, and I give Michael Patrick Leahy tremendous credit for the work that he's done there with the Tennessee Star trying to get that information. The fact of the matter is, we should be able to see this. We're Americans. The free press is, look, it's the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. A free press is critical to the function of this republic. It is. A free, fair, and honest press is critical, and you're not being fair or honest, and you have no integrity. Obviously, you just saw what happened with Terry Moran over at ABC News. He got canned because he's just the latest hack to expose himself. But if you do not release these manifestos, if you do not put it out there on the public record and say, you decide for yourself, America, or the world for that matter, as you pointed out, one of the hottest stories in the world, put it out there. Let us read it. We'll decide, and we can make good choices based on having the facts. But keeping us in the dark, which it's lying by omission. That's what it is. It's lying by omission by not having those facts out and letting us decide for ourselves. And another point, Liz said it was a hit list, 60 people, maybe not a manifesto. But who do we trust on that? Do we trust Tim Walz to tell us it wasn't a manifesto? I don't. Or anybody else in that government? I don't. I'd like to see the paperwork for ourselves, put it on the front page of the Minneapolis Star, and we'll go from there.
I think it's damning that it happened in the wee morning hours, pre-dawn. They had the SUV. The manifesto was in there with the No Kings brochures. They clearly knew from the manifesto the guy's name. Tim Walz gives a press conference, doesn't say anything about it. There's taking down all social media on this. The guy worked for Tim Walz in his administration, although in some labor development commission, not at a high level, but to be named to that commission, you've got to kind of be a somebody. No mention of that at all. No mention from Tim Walz at all. Gruber, hang right there. We're going to come back to you. Ben Berquam's got an update or a clarification on what happened in Texas. Ben Berquam.
Yeah, just reading the report from DPS, I just want to clarify this. So Capital Region identified a credible threat towards state lawmakers that were planning to attend protests later in the day. So these apparently were this credible threat was against the lawmakers that were planning to attend the protest. So you would assume those are Democrat lawmakers. But I got to say, this feels eerily similar. This is all speculation on my part. Eerily similar to what we were warned by Anna Paulina Luna to not have MAGA show up at these events because they were going to try to make it look like MAGA was attacking the events. With what you have going on in Minnesota right now, and with this credible threat supposedly against Democrat lawmakers, again, the way I'm reading it, in Texas, it definitely has that feel. Again, we're going to continue to follow it. I don't have any evidence of that right now, but that's the feel it has to me.
Well, a feel of celebration and kind of reverence and appreciation for the United States Army, the veterans, the families. As Jane Zirkle said, today's just not a commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the United States Army. It's an appreciation for the Army family. A lot more activity going on. We're getting closer to the time of the parade. President Trump's going to come out. I think he's going to actually say a few words. We're going to cover it all. Real America's Voice, the War Room. I want to thank our sponsor, Birch Gold. Make sure this weekend we're going to talk about this amazing story in the Financial Times about, you got it, folks, gold is the most stable, looks like most stable asset around in the Financial Times of London. Philip Patrick and his team will join me on Monday. We're also Jane Zirkle. David Zier will be at Trump Tower. We're going to start the show Monday morning live there at Trump Tower on the 10th anniversary commemoration of the coming down the Golden Escalator. Short commercial break. Back to Washington, D.C. The Willard Hotel. America 250 next in Real America's Voice.
Back to our parade coverage in a moment, but first we want to thank Patriot Mobile. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. Where you spend your money matters, which is why I want you to switch to America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. You get exceptional nationwide coverage because, unlike most wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all three major networks. You can even have two lines on two separate networks, all on one phone. Now that's freedom you can't get with any single network carrier. Patriot Mobile, the flexible, unlimited high-speed data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and internet on the go. It's all there. Patriot Mobile is your one-stop telecommunications solution. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in minutes. Go to patriotmobile.com/parade or call 972-PATRIOT. Get a free month of service with promo code PARADE. That's right, promo code PARADE. Make the switch today and defend freedom with every call you make. That's patriotmobile.com/parade. Or you can always call 972-PATRIOT.
America 250, celebrating our nation's strength and the heroes who defend it. Right here on Real America's Voice.
Okay, we're eventually going to get boated up. Why this is a historic place for both the War Room and Real America's Voice, the rooftop of the Willard Hotel. We're here live. A lot's going to go on, and it's going to accelerate, as we say in the War Room, at an accelerating rate. What's going to happen? Momentarily, Jane Zirkle, we're going to have kind of the pre-parade to the actual festivities. What's going to happen?
Yeah, so the stream is going to start momentarily. You can hear the bands actually behind us preparing right now. President Trump is going to take his seat around 6:30, and there's a lot of surprise guests slated to perform this evening. There's been a lot of veteran-centric musical performers, so I would expect to see that. Maybe even Kid Rock or Jason Aldean. We know they're a frequent guest of President Trump's in his performance lineup. So
Jason Aldean, Patriot Mobile, the national tour. I know Glenn Story, we can't get him on the phone. We can't get him on our Patriot Mobile phone because he's out with Jason Aldean all the time on the tour. Hopefully Jason's here. So a lot of activity. As soon as that starts, folks, we're going to go to the live stream and pick it up. Our crack production team here, both Real America's Voice and War Room, is going to give me a heads up on that. Thank you, Jane. Kevin Posobiec, Kevin, you were with us this morning in the War Room with Jack. There was a very serious warning by the Philadelphia Police Department intelligence unit that they actually put out to the media. They leaked out that warned about the No Kings, the day Philadelphia is supposed to be the center of it. Actually, the most disturbing thing, as Jack told us, they went through a triage of what they were concerned about. One was a potential mass casualty event. You've got an update. Gruber's telling us, and I think he's correct, around the rest of the country, it doesn't look like it's created that much excitement. It's different in Philadelphia.
Yes, that's always been the case, Steve. And they've designated it, the No Kings, as the flagship of today's protest. It was supposed to be D.C., but they're calling it off. And, we did have that alert earlier. There's a lot of red flags, serious red flags, as far as the threat level of what we're to expect. But as you can see, we got some footage going. It's about 20,000 people down there.
Let's go bring that footage in now, the B-roll. There's 20,000 people in Philadelphia, and they have speakers like Jamie Raskin?
Yeah, Jamie Raskin was there, too. How about it? He was just dueling with Jack Posobiec there a few weeks ago just for asking a question. So Jamie Raskin's up there now. He's saying the king isn't the law because it's a No Kings theme, right? So the king isn't the law is the king. But you got Jack Posobiec coming up and asking him a question a couple weeks ago, and they got the goon squad on him, kick him right out.
I want to keep it on this footage, Real America's Voice Denver. Kevin, what are we seeing right here? What is this?
I'm pretty sure that's Logan Square there. So they started at Love Park, and they marched all the way to the Rocky Steps at the Art Museum.
Wow.
And so it seems
they're estimating that that's 20,000 people?
Well, the tweet I saw said 80,000. But, they always beef it up.
I got it, but they're trying to promote their 80,000 people there.
Yeah. So, but as we know, Steve, I mean, there's always a day crew and then there's a night crew. Jack and I were in Chaz in Seattle a few years back, and so there's going to be some nice speakers, some flag waving, Palestinian flags waving.
Don't bring up a couple of rabble-rousers like Raskin, who's in Congress, but tonight it'll get serious.
Tonight I might be taking the Amtrak out of Union Station myself, sir, going up to Philly and giving us an exclusive.
Are they anticipating that tonight could be with this size crowd?
I actually have some family that owns small businesses in Philly, and they are boarding up their windows tonight. Right. We had a lot going on with the George Floyd riots and the COVID lockdowns, but there was a lot.
Is that because Antifa and BLM have a center in Philadelphia, or are these people coming from the outside?
No, they do have a center there. They do. It's a very artistic city, much like on the West Coast, in Seattle, very creative.
In Seattle's, you got that kind of element that hangs around.
Yep. And Philadelphia is historically the workshop of the world, so there's always creative types there, and it just, unfortunately, have been indoctrinated with all this globalist
Before we go to Zir, you were out the whole time today on the National Mall. Tell us about it, families. I know it's quite hot and muggy here in D.C. How was it on the mall?
Yeah, it seems like a good old Americana 4th of July parade. There's military down there. We were hanging out with the 75th Ranger Regiment of the Army, and they're showing you the rifles, the helmets. They got bazookas there. You can take a picture with if you like.
This is a major recruiting opportunity, you think, to get young people jacked up and inspired?
Absolutely. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, when Trump gets on stage, there will be men and women that will enlist
250
during
250.
during an event today.
I believe there's going to be re-enlistment. I could be wrong, but I think it's re-enlistment.
They even have
250.
They even have. You got it right here, Steve. It's a 75th Ranger Regiment pamphlet, and there's a QR code right there. If you want to enlist.
Hang on.
Look at that.
Kevin, let it be known, Kevin Pasovic took the brochure. He's got the QR code. I'm going to talk to Jack.
Hey, don't say that too loud. Don't say that too loud.
If we can get Kevin through all the checks and the qualifications, it'd be great, Kevin. You're a patriot and a very tough guy, so I think it'd be great. The 75th Ranger Regiment is legendary, too. It's one of the finest in the U.S. Army. Okay, David Zier has breaking news out of the Middle East. Let's go to David Zier. David Zier is at 15th and Constitution at the end of the parade route. David, what do you got for us?
Well, AP is reporting that the U.S.-Iran talks have stalled, and they are on ice for now. New York Times is reporting that there have been witnesses saying there's massive rocket attacks on northern Israel in Haifa for the first time since Israel bombed Iran the other night here. CNN is reporting that Netanyahu in Israel is saying that Tehran will burn if these attacks continue on Israel. And a lot going on here by the minute, and the oil fields that are burning right now in Iran are the largest in the world. And I would just add, how do we absorb an oil hit, right? It spiked about 10% to $75 a barrel, which is in the inflation range. But what if it goes to $120 a barrel? Americans are hurting already. Something we really got to think about.
David, I want to go back to what you originally said, what AP's reporting. President Trump, and he wasn't trying to be funny, what he said, he had Witkoff scheduled to go to Muscat, Oman on Sunday and sit down, I think for the 6th or 7th, Jane, session of trying to sit down. He made the point yesterday when somebody asked him, would you continue the talks? He said, hey, I think it may be a perfect time to continue it because the Persians, the Ayatollah, is not going to have a choice. The Israelis are going to keep pounding him until we get a deal that's acceptable. Maybe it's it. However, he said that all of the senior people associated with the negotiations had been killed in the first couple of attacks. I mean, how are the Persians actually supposed to sit down if their senior negotiators, the people at the Steve Witkoff level, have been killed? Because the Israelis, they admit this was a targeted attack to try to decapitate, if not the mullahs and the political religious leaders, certainly the military and the diplomatic and the scientific community. David Zier.
Iran was struck with Israel, smuggling people into Israel with surgical precision, taken out the leaders over there. But also remember, Vladimir Putin just came out and condemned the attacks, probably expected, condemned the Israeli attacks on Iran as well. And it may be a good time to begin talks, maybe next week, if Iran suffers a big enough blow here. And I don't think the major nations over there, like Russia and China, are going to mobilize over this. But we definitely have to be concerned about an escalation. And if more sensitive targets are hit, other countries may panic. So we don't want to indefinitely stall these talks. We'll see where that goes.
Well, I think one of the concerns of the MAGA movement, particularly, is we don't want to get. We had General Flynn on today. And I would not say we're isolationists or anything, but it's a lot of veterans, particularly people in the anti-CCP movement. The last thing we want to see is us drawn into another military conflict that'll take ground troops. No society has ever won just on an air war. It always takes eventually ground troops or major naval forces, like in Japan. Before I let you go, you said that Putin came out and condemned it. I note, and I'm sure they have to do this for what they call the Arab Street, none of the Gulf Emirates have come out. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and particularly UAE, which is, I think, Israel's strongest potential partner in the Abraham Accords. No official condemnation, although people are saying behind the scenes, they're saying they like it. They want to make sure that the mullahs are gone from Persia. But David, you haven't seen no official condemnation from any of the Arab states, and particularly the Gulf Emirates?
I cannot at this time, but I will add that the UAE also buys oil from Iran, so I'm sure they're very concerned.
Well, I don't think does the UAE's get more oil and natural gas in the world. I don't know if I think they're an exporter of gas. Unless you're giving me a scoop here on the afternoon Real America's Voice America 250.
Well, I understand that UAE was on the list of 17 countries that buy energy from Iran. But again, I don't have any official word on whether or not these countries, over there, Qatar, Oman, UAE, have condemned the attacks.
They were on the short. They were on the short list to get some of that nuclear energy that looks like now is never going to come to fruition. They kept saying, "Hey, we're just trying to." This is the biggest oil producer in the world, next to the Saudis. They're saying in the United States, they're saying, "Oh yeah, we need to build nuclear power." Short commercial break. We're getting closer to the pre-game show. We're going to go live there. Jane Zirkle's going to take us there. Kevin Basovic's with me. We got Gruber, Berquam, and of course the great David Zier in the crowd on the parade route. Brian Glenn is with the president. We'll get all that. Mo Bannon and Jack Basovic, I think, are going to come to us from the military VIP section. All next. Real America's Voice, America 250, live from Washington, D.C., 14 June 2025, Saturday. See you tomorrow.
Quick heads up for today's military birthday parade. FreeTrumpKnife.com is giving away a limited run of 250 Keep America Great Edition Trump 2025 commemorative knives, and you can claim yours for free. Just cover the shipping. This is a spring-assisted, razor-sharp collector's piece, complete with the laser-etched Trump slogan and an American flag-inspired handle. It's functional, patriotic, and built for anyone who still believes in strength, freedom, and, of course, America first. Whether you add it to your collection or gift it to someone who gets it, this is one of those rare drops that'll go fast. Head to FreeTrumpKnife.com right now. Only 250 are available. Will not last, I'll tell you that. That's FreeTrumpKnife.com. Claim yours now in support of our military and our 47th president.
Yep.
Okay. So
It's
you
over.
still
President
got me?
Trump's the president-elect of the United
I'll tell you
States.
what
There you go. You guys did it, buddy. You guys are so awesome. I should be proud of.
Fucking A.
It makes a difference, you know.
I'll pay the penalty,
Yes,
Rob.
the FCC will be charging you tomorrow.
Wow.
Congratulations, guys.
Pennsylvania has been called.
I think Michigan's going to be called.
Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
And this is what Trump, I'm telling you, Jason's been negotiating with these guys. Let's go to Michelle right now.
What a big moment.
The GOP headquarters in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
You did it.
Michelle, talk to us.
Guys, you can hear the crowd behind me, everyone cheering. It completely erupted in here. This is the call that everyone has been waiting on all night. As we all know, this is the critical battleground state. And I'll tell you what, something impressive here. Center County, which is traditionally a blue county, this is where Penn State is, it flipped red. I also saw Erie County and Northampton, both bellwether counties, both of which also flipped red this time around. A lot of good trends. Now, there were some interesting things to note as well with Bucks County. That's where I'm at right now. That is also red. So I give a lot of credit to Scott Pressler and the RNC here on the ground with the grassroots campaign. Nonetheless, the energy in Pennsylvania right now, absolutely electric as people are cheering. This is the call that everyone has been waiting for all night, Steve.
Wow. Unbelievable.
It's huge.
Incredible. Let's go to Michelle. Hang right there. We got Brian Glenn and Brian Glenn at the convention center. Could we go to Brian Glenn? Guys, come on. He may be a good man, but we're not, okay? And you deserve, as Natalie Winter says, not retribution, justice. But you deserve what we call rough Roman justice, and we're prepared to give it to you. So I think I said my point there, right? Did I get that across? Media matters.
Is that what you were spending your 4 months coming up with?
Yeah, I was thinking, by the way, I was totally chill in prison, but now I'm kind of worked up when I got out. No, it's just outrageous. But this comeback tonight, and I know nobody wants to talk about 2020. This is why we're here on the roof of the Willard Hotel. We had to bring the journey forward back. We are in those suites working nonstop because we knew they stole the 2020 election. And we had to be over the ellipse. But President Trump, I thought, gave an incredible speech that day. A speech that you went and turned and went to a grand jury and indicted him on and will try to throw him in prison. Think about what happened here. And look at the American people tonight. You know who got rejected? It wasn't on tariff policy. You got rejected. The Biden regime got rejected. Kamala Harris got rejected. Merrick Garland, you little worm. I had a small part in making sure that you were not on the Supreme Court with a lifetime appointment. And every night before I go to bed, I think about that. But now we're turfing you out of the Justice Department. And, brother, all I can tell you and Jack Smith, all I can tell you and Lisa Monica, all I can tell you scumbags of the Justice Department and the FBI is lawyer up, okay? Because we're coming for you. You don't deserve, what you deserve is the hardest form of justice we get because you've gone out of your way to try to destroy this country. And the people, the men and women that you've put in prison that are praying rosaries outside of abortion centers, the parents you try to hassle and intimidate that were going to the school board meetings, the J6 guys, the thousands, the biggest investigation in history, you said you had on J6. Well, hey, you ain't seen nothing yet because the biggest investigation that we're going to have is on the deep state, the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA, DOD, and my strongest recommendation of President Trump, the first action you take is to recall Milley to active duty and let court-martialing. So everybody's blowing my phone up and say, gosh, I hope President Trump's magnanimous tonight, and I hope he's forward-looking. Put your magnanimous, right? Put your magnanimous where the sun doesn't shine. President Trump, I think, will be magnanimous. He'll be gracious. But the people that have fought so hard for 4 years. Okay, want to thank everybody. Right here is exactly where we were on that historic night, and this is also where we had the war room overlooking the ellipse when President Trump gave that great speech, and Rudy gave that great speech on J6 and didn't instigate anything. Of course, the J6 committee went and got pardons, went and crawled on their belly to the White House and got pardons. I didn't realize, Jane, I was that heated that night. That was a celebratory night. It was like, come on. By the way, I want to go to let's go to Gruber first. Gruber, where are my investigations? That was 10 o'clock on November 4th when Pennsylvania fell. You're Michigan and Wisconsin right behind it. He was president of the United States. We were talking about the investigations. We're back here at the exact spot we wanted to do it for America 250. Where did my investigations go? The deep state, brother.
Well, you know this. In order for those investigations to go forward, somebody has to show some balls, frankly. We haven't seen that the way we'd like to, now have we? We just saw that with the rescissions package, 214, 212. What an embarrassment. Look, these are steps forward for America, and we're making some, but we need these investigations. Merrick Garland, thank God he's not on the Supreme Court. What a difference that has made overall. I mean, we got Amy Coney Barrett, a mild improvement over that, but an improvement nonetheless. But the investigations, you're exactly right, Steve. We need people that have spine, that have the ability to go in there and dig. But look, there's a lot of digging that has to be done. Look, Kash Patel has to dig himself through a pile of God only knows what every day just to get to. And what I mean by that is the people that are left behind that are anti-Trump people are there with Kash Patel. They're there with Dan Bongino. They're there with Pam Bondi. All of these agencies are infiltrated by all of these people that have no faith in America.
We have 37,000 people in the FBI. We have two. We have Bongino and we got Cash. I'm not making excuses for people, but at the Justice Department, same thing. We're barely hanging on by our fingertips. At CIA, we have Mike Ellis and we've got John Ratcliffe. We don't control those buildings. I think there's a whole issue with what happened here the last couple of days, both the Israel situation and the Ukraine situation. We don't really have a grip on this. And look, what President Trump has done has changed so much. We would have never in a million years had a parade here to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the United States in the nation's capital and all the Army. You know, Steve, they would have put this out in Leavenworth, Kansas, on Main Street in Leavenworth to have a tiny parade out in the hinterlands where all the patriots are, but they would have never come to the imperial capital because the deep state hates this. Steve Gruber.
They so hate this. They don't want you to believe in America first. They don't want you to be here. And now I'm telling you, the crowds are filling in around here. The target was 200,000. I think they're going to exceed this. You were talking about these No Kings events. This is the No Kings events. We don't care about that. We care about celebrating 250 years from Concord and Lexington to right here in the nation's capital 250 years later. It is a proud moment. As you mentioned, some re-enlistments, some folks signing up for the military, numbers better than they have been in years. We're going in the right direction. To Cash and Bondi and Ratcliffe and all these people have a challenge every day. Yeah, they got to deal with that. They've got to figure it out. You've got to plow forward. You got to get up every day and do your job. Just like you had to do in the Navy, Steve. You got to get up every day, do your job, plow forward, do what's right, and do what's right for this country. That's what look, it's not easy, but you asked for the job. We gave you the job, and now we expect you to do the job. And that includes some investigations. And so, look, it's not going to be easy. It's going to take some real chutzpah. It's going to take rolling up the sleeves, but I think the right people are in place to make some progress. Is it going to be corrected in 2 or 3 or 4 years? Probably not. But it's a foothold on where we need to go. Big battles aren't won in a day. It's one step forward. Continue to clean up this filth and this mess. And we're on the right track, but there's a lot of work to be done. You know that, and so do I.
Ben Berquam, let's go to where the beginning of the parade is. Are folks starting to line up, Ben?
Right. We've got some of the Union soldiers from the Civil War. There, you said 54th Cavalry. Okay, I've got a Purple Heart recipient, Army veteran, standing next to me. He's giving me the cues on what we have coming. So they're all lining up. They're going to be coming down here shortly, and we are right at the start.
Can we can we get a quick interview? We got about 2 minutes. Get a quick interview from our Purple Heart recipient.
Yeah, Rod, again, tell us who you are. You're a 20-year veteran, Purple Heart recipient.
Yes, my name is Rod Joseph, and I'm a 20 years veteran. As you said, from a paratrooper. I'm a Purple Heart recipient, and I'm here to support the president and support the parade and support my fellow veteran and the future soldiers that will take control of security of this country.
And Steve, legal immigrant from Haiti, came over here, served our country. And also now running for Congress in Broward County, Florida. What do you think of this event? What do you think of President Trump and the protests going on across America as well?
The protests, that's why they enjoy the Constitution. They enjoy the First Amendment. They have their rights, but at the same time, to the majority rules. We got one commander-in-chief, which is President Trump. Whether you like it or not, we got 3.5 years to go. So get in line, get in step. So the last time we had this kind of event was 1991, after the Gulf War. And that's brought peace and also bring unity, because this country is so divided right now. This is not we're still going to have opposition, but the opposition, they have their rights, but at the same time, this is for the American people. It's not for President Trump. President Trump's birthday coincides with this great birthday of the great army. It wasn't his fault, but now they try to marry his birthday to the army, but it's just coincidence.
How do people follow you? Where do they go for your campaign?
You go to Rod Joseph for Congress, and you can go support, follow, donate, because we're on a quest to turn Broward red.
RodJoseph.com.
Yes, for Congress. Yes.
RodJosephforCongress.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, turning Broward County red there. And Rod's going to be standing with me, Steve, the whole time, giving me cues on who's coming by and the uniforms and where they are. He's got all the. He knows.
We're going to have Dr. Thayer and Jane here, but you've got Rod right there to keep you on the straight and narrow. Okay, things are revving up here in the nation's capital. We're going to take a short commercial break. By the way, we're not going to have commercial breaks when the parade starts. I want to thank Robin Parker Sig at Real America's Voice. Woo. Short break, back to America 250 from our imperial capital, right here on the rooftop of the famous Willard Hotel.
As we celebrate the strength, honor, and sacrifice of our great U.S. military today, there's never been a better time to stand up for the values that make America truly exceptional: faith, family, and freedom. That's why AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is proud to sponsor today's special broadcast. AMAC is the leading conservative alternative to AARP. And right now, in honor of this patriotic event, they're offering you a full 1-year membership for just $1. That's right, just $1. As an AMAC member, you'll receive their award-winning magazine, access to exclusive discounts, valuable resources, and the support of a national community that puts country before politics. So, if you love America, if you honor our military, and if you want to keep this country on the right path, don't wait. Go to amac.us/parade right now and join for just $1. That's amac.us/parade. Join the fight for America's future and do it today.
immersed in the fires of revolution, tested on today's front lines of freedom. Before there was a nation, there was the United States Army. From the hallowed ground of Yorktown's first stand to the unwavering readiness at Fort Bragg today, and onward to West Point's next generation of leaders. For 250 years, one force has stood ready, unshaken, unmatched, unbreakable. And today, the legacy rolls on. This is the United States Army's 250th Anniversary Parade.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Sailing from the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon shot.
The British had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called redoubts 9 and 10.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14th, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom. The freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown. But one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
Chief of Staff John J. Pershing. We're led today by Colonel Bruce R. Pulver and Drum Major Rob Moore. Today, Pershing's Zone is playing a melody entitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. This was actually written in 1908 by the then Lieutenant Edmund Louis Snips Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regiment, and the song entitled The Caisson Goes Rolling Along. And 1926, Pershing revised by our Army as the official song of the U.S. Army, and entitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. Pershing's Zone carries on a century-old legacy playing a march that brings pride in every soul. The Army Song. The 3rd Infantry Regiment is the oldest active duty unit in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during the Victory Parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation's official ceremonies, sporting events, and their own at the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin. In 1914, years of escalating competition between European alliances culminate in the outbreak of the First World War. The two sides engage in a savage war of attrition, defined by opposing trenches, barbed wire, poison gas, and mass casualties. The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months of fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost their lives, with another 190,000 wounded. The guns fell silent with the armistice of November 11, 1918. We continue on with more USA World War I rolling stock. This 1918 Dodge touring car was part of the legendary 1919 Transcontinental Convoy. 3,251 miles and 62 grueling days across the Lincoln Highway. Remember, no pavement, no GPS, and no power steering. Just grit, determination, and the drive to push Army mobility into the future. This car literally helped pave the way for the roads we rely on today and reminds us when the Army moves, the nation follows. The 1918 Dodge touring car. Headquartered in New York, this is the 42nd Infantry Division Band. At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like a rainbow. Composed of skilled musicians from all walks of life and professional occupations, they perform a variety of musical genres. Though their mission is primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom 3. The band has also served in support of numerous state active duty missions, including cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently, support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ethan Wagner and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew Gans, the band is performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal George M. Cohan. Representing the World War I era is the 82nd Airborne Division, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers, under the command of General Blackjack Pershing, hit the trenches in the new standard. It was the olive drab winter service uniform. Now on their heads you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint built to deflect deadly shrapnel from above. Not bulletproof, but battle tough. Nicknamed the Pershing boot, on their feet was the M918 1918 French boot. It was designed to survive the brutal grind of trench warfare. And on their backs, the field pack, rations, ammo, first aid, and a gas mask. Everything a doughboy needed to fight and to win. Incidentally, the 42nd Infantry Division was deployed to heavy combat abroad and then deployed again in World War II, ultimately liberating the Dachau concentration camp. The 42nd responded to the terrorist attacks on 9/11. Later, with the war on terrorism, the rainbow stretched across the world again, deploying in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thundering into view, the pride of Fort Sill, the U.S. Army Artillery Half Section. This is literally powered by horsepower and heritage. This elite ceremonial unit honors the legacy of the Army's horse-drawn artillery. With precision, discipline, and 6 majestic horses pulling a vintage 1918 caisson, the half section keeps tradition alive and rolling strong, representing the power, pride, and precision of America's field artillery. This is Fort Sill's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Special thanks to our sponsor, Form Energy. World War II, a global fight for freedom. In history's darkest hour, the United States Army was on the front lines. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific, the greatest generation faced down tyranny and turned the tide. From bombers to fighters to transports, U.S. Army aircraft started to thunder across the skies in World War II. And take a look up there, ladies and gentlemen. Flying overhead right now. They are fast, they are fierce, and famously used in the Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Leading up front, the mighty B-25 Mitchell. Up next, the Cadillac of the sky, the P-51 Mustang. From the sky, we're back down on the ground. In World War II, one vehicle led the charge, the legendary quarter-ton 4x4 command recon vehicle, the Jeep. You might have a Jeep in your driveway, but not like this. The U.S. Army truck quarter-ton 4x4 command reconnaissance, better known as the Jeep, was an iconic vehicle of World War II and was the world's first mass-produced four-wheel drive vehicle. The Army used the Jeep for almost every military activity, including command vehicles, scout cars, and medical ambulances. Fast, rugged, the Jeep became a symbol of American ingenuity. From Fort Bragg, North Carolina, this is the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. The 82nd received the nickname All-Americans after a contest as it represented the diverse origins of its members from every state. This name remains today symbolized by their iconic AA patch. Fort Bragg's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause, the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. In a global fight like World War II, the U.S. Army knew our troops needed more than courage. They needed innovation. Uniforms evolved for every environment, but olive drab remained the mark of the American soldier. Shaped by lessons from the trenches of World War I, the Army introduced 2 battlefield essentials: the M1 helmet, tough, stable, and built to protect under fire, and the M1 Garand rifle, powerful and fast. It gave American troops a very clear edge. General George S. Patton called the M1 rifle the greatest battle implement ever designed, and history proved him right. The 82nd Airborne Division. The unit is best known for their bravery on D-Day, when 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades, they've been sent across the world with stints as far as the Middle East, where they took part in Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army. The iconic Sherman tank is here, ladies and gentlemen. It was the cornerstone of the U.S. Armed Forces, showing its military might in World War II. It became one of the most influential tank designs of the 20th century. The M4 tank was nicknamed the Sherman tank after Civil War General William Tecumseh Sherman. Actually, it was named by the British. With almost 50,000 produced during World War II, the Sherman tank was in active service until 1957. In World War II, the M16 half-track was a force to be reckoned with. It was a self-propelled anti-aircraft weapon with speed, firepower, and grit. Nicknamed the Meat Chopper, its quad 50 caliber mount could unleash 2,300 rounds a minute. Quite devastating. It served through Korea, Vietnam, and beyond, and remains in use in U.S. allies to this day. The M16 half-track brings the fight wherever it rolls. The U.S. Army Transportation Corps motto states, "Nothing happens until something moves." That was never more true than with this. Look at this, the 2.5-ton Chevrolet Deuce and a Half. It can move up to 10,000 pounds of cargo and was the backbone of the Red Ball Express that kept the Allies supplied after D-Day in World War II. The Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, began on June 25, 1950, with the North Korean Army's invasion of South Korea. A coalition of South Korea, the United States, and other United Nations members defeated the invasion and advanced into North Korea. The coalition fought and defeated 2 Chinese offensives in the spring of 1951. Armistice negotiations began shortly after that defeat in July of 1951 until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8 million military forces to the Korean Peninsula. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase. The M151 kept rolling along as the lightweight, high-mobility general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back in 1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more than 40 years in 4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed. Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this deuce and a half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck, was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The deuce and a half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything. In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood. And over the music marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War. That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat. From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety. The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below. And the icon of the era, the UH-1 Huey, the first turbine-powered helicopter in service with the U.S. military. There was nothing the Huey couldn't do. General support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayuse, Cobra, and Huey, ladies and gentlemen, 3 iconic Army symbols in the sky. The 1st Cavalry Division Band, based out of Fort Cavazos, Texas, has played a vital role in U.S. military history. Since its origins back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities. From World War II in Korea to the Vietnam War in Bosnia, the 1st Teen Band has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national Army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band performs Hit the Leather and Ride, a march composed by Captain Robert Meredith Wilson. This piece reflects the cavalry's transition from horses to mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band. The U.S. Army deployed large numbers of troops in support of the Vietnam War. The first contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s, and that quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers, which then expanded to more than 600 over the next decade. As the war intensified, troops' numbers quickly grew as the war between the South Vietnamese government and the communist insurgents supported by North Vietnam intensified. By January 1969, more than 364,200 soldiers organized around 7 divisions and 20 separate combat brigades. The United States began withdrawing its forces in July of 1969, and the last Army combat unit left South Vietnam in August of 71. The last U.S. combat soldier came home March 1973, while a small number of non-combat personnel remained until April 1975. Representing the Vietnam War era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. Blistering heat, thick humidity, and unforgiving terrain demanded uniform innovation. And the Army, they delivered. New lightweight uniforms were constructed to move with the soldier. The M16 replaced the M1 Garand, calling for redesigned ammo gear and faster reloads in combat. Body armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head-on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance. Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle. When Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, the U.S. Army deployed to Saudi Arabia to deter further Iraqi aggression in the region for what was known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, coalition troops liberated Kuwait, and the Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender. From Fort Riley, Kansas, this is the 1st Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on their unit patch. As the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I. In World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st Infantry Division. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division. More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader from West Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain-driven cannon and twin-tube-launched optically tacked wire-guided missiles, it played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a self-propelled howitzer and was first introduced back in the 1960s. Over the years, it's been upgraded to perform in versatile battlefields from Vietnam to the Soviet Union to Iraq. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. The 1st Armored Division, nicknamed Old Ironsides, is the oldest, most recognizable armored division in the United States Army. As part of the buildup for World War II, cavalry and reconnaissance units were brought together to form the 1st Armored Division in 1940. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. Old Ironsides really led the way. During Desert Storm, they engaged in some of the largest tank battles in Army history that were decisive victories, shattering enemy formations. Based in Fort Bliss, Texas, America's Tank Division is currently supporting missions in 20 countries across 5 continents. From World War II to today, Old Ironsides remains battle-proven and always ready. Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the M119 howitzer brought precision firepower to the front lines. Lighter and more mobile than larger artillery, it was built for the infantry brigade, able to fire high into the air or directly at the target depending on the mission. Whether used in battery formation or as a standalone support weapon, the M119 delivered reliable, responsible fire when it mattered most. Still in service today, including on the front lines in Ukraine, it remains a trusted part of the Army's arsenal. Special thanks to our sponsor, UFC. September 11, 2001, terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response, the U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them. The Army immediately deployed forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda terrorist organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services overthrew Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day. The campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021 when U.S. forces withdrew and the Taliban returned to power. Over the course of the two-decade conflict, over 2 million servicemen and women, less than 1% of the American population, deployed in support of the global war on terrorism. Most of those who served were members of the United States Army. terrorism saw the introduction of a range of new technologies on the battlefield. The 8-wheeled Stryker Armored Combat Vehicle is the first new military vehicle to enter service in the U.S. Army since the Abrams tank back in the 1980s. The vehicle was developed to fill a gap in the Army's inventory between a lighter infantry and heavy armored unit. The Stryker Armored Combat Vehicle enables the team to maneuver in close and urban terrain, plus provide protection in open terrain and transport infantry quickly to critical battlefield positions. The first Stryker vehicles were fielded back in 2002 with the 1st Stryker Brigade combat team deploying to Iraq in 2003. Army Rangers predating the Revolutionary War fought in the War of 1812 as part of the regular Army and patrolled the frontier from Ohio to western Illinois on horseback and by boat with the likes of Daniel Boone and Abraham Lincoln in their ranks. After the 9/11 terrorist attacks, Rangers were called upon to lead the way in the global war on terrorism. As part of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, the 75th Ranger Regiment, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, represents a lethal, agile, and flexible force capable of conducting many complex joint special operations missions. Today's Rangers Regiment is the Army's premier direct action raid force. It is always combat ready, mentally and physically tough, and prepared to fight our country's adversaries. The U.S. Army Special Operations Command is an elite group of individuals trained to lead and succeed in protecting the country from their threats. Composed of 5 units with unique specialties, Special Operations works in small tactical teams, taking on the most challenging and sensitive missions. Military legends to service members and civilians alike, they take on terrorists through quiet guerrilla war-style missions in foreign countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Army's Special Forces. The Stryker Brigade Combat Team combines the capacity for rapid deployment with survivability and tactical mobility. Adaptability and continuous transformation to overcome our enemies is vital. Fighting an elusive enemy in distant places and at home requires new tools such as unmanned aerial vehicles for surveillance and the Blue Force Tracker to see real-time details of troop movements. The United States does not face the challenging international environment alone. Our network of allies and partners is an advantage that our adversaries can never hope to match. Over 80 nations have fought alongside the United States or assisted in during the global war on terrorism. The 10th Mountain Division's climb to glory began with its establishment as the 10th Light Division in July 1943, the only one of its size in the U.S. military to receive specialized training for fighting in mountainous conditions. After periods spent inactive as a training division and as a standard infantry division, the unit returned to its roots in 1985 when it regained its Mountain Division designation. In the 1990s, the division participated in numerous humanitarian and peacekeeping operations. During the War on Terrorism, the 10th Mountain Division proved their mettle as light fighters through repeated deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq. Now, since 2002, the 10th Mountain Division, based out of Fort Drum, New York, has been the most deployed regular Army unit. Its combat brigades have seen over 20 deployments to both Iraq and Afghanistan in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. To show America's military might, they have one purpose: to deter war and, if ordered, defeat the enemies of the United States of America. They are the 10th Mountain Division. Investments in cutting-edge systems, drone technology, and AI-powered capabilities strengthen the force, equipping soldiers with tools they need to protect the country and defend democracy. The Army has 8 Stryker Brigade combat teams, 6 in the active component and 2 in the National Guard. More than 2/3 of the 7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches: active duty forces, the Army Reserve, and the Army National Guard. The Army is continuously transforming to deter aggression to ensure our adversaries cannot outrange or outpace us. This transformation is not just about adapting, it's about maintaining dominance, ensuring that America's Army remains unmatched in its speed, flexibility, and ability to support the nation's strategic priorities. To our sponsor, Palantir. Army's mission is to deploy, fight, and win our nation's wars. How? By securing ready, prompt, and sustained land dominance by Army forces across the full spectrum of the conflict as part of the Joint Force. Battle-ready and nimble makes transportation for the U.S. Army a very vital element. Spread across the parade today, numerous fighting vehicles, some designed for very specific functions and others for flexibility, but they all must be maintained. With over 200,000 trucks alone, wheeled vehicle mechanisms ensure that the fleet of vehicles are ready, and these mechanics get the job done. This convoy starts with the M777, a lightweight howitzer. These lightweight howitzers may not look particularly lightweight, but are made from titanium. They are 7,000 pounds lighter than their predecessor, the old M198. Used by the Army since 2005, the M777 is currently being used in Ukraine. Weighing only 4,700 pounds, the M119 howitzer is smaller and is used by infantry brigades, particularly for air assault missions. It was first used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991 and is also seeing active use in Ukraine. The 7th Infantry Division, stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord, has been seeing continuous combat action ever since activation in World War I. From Europe to the Aleutian Islands, Japan, Korea, Afghanistan, and the Pacific, the Bayonet Division boasts a proud history of answering the call of its motto, "Trust in Me," with resolute dedication. Sent to deployments and conflicts around the globe since it was founded, the division returned to Fort Lewis in 1971, its first time on American soil since 1934. The 7th Division, originally called the Hourglass Division due to their hatch design, gained the nickname Bayonet Division during their deployment to Korea in June of 1950. At Incheon Landing, during the liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy, with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor. The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker Brigade combat teams and a Combat Aviation Brigade. Soldier, the cornerstone of everything the Army does, we are continuously transforming. Army careers span the spectrum from attorneys to astronauts and mechanics to engineers. The Army's greatest asset is our people, the finest men and women our great nation has to offer, with a myriad of talents that make us stronger. Aside from its people, the Army's next greatest asset is its technology and equipment. Coming up next, these vehicles offer a glimpse of what the Army employs for readiness and battle. The portable howitzers and the portable Abrams tank were used extensively in the Gulf War, along with Bradley tanks and the infantry squad vehicle. The ISV provides enhanced tactical mobility of an infantry brigade combat team. This allows commanders greater freedom of movement and action. The ISV provides the warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units maintain momentum to achieve mission success. When duty calls, U.S. Army soldiers don't just answer, they lead. From Fort Bragg, witness a powerful demonstration of strength, purpose, and the unmatched capability of today's Army.
The Army has made me see my potential, and I feel like it's molded me into a better person.
I grew up in a very patriotic household. My grandfather, he served in World War II, and his brother, my uncle, served in Vietnam. I can do this. If they can do this, I can do this.
When I was born, my dad was still serving in the military, and him coming home in his uniform, I'm like, yeah, I want to do that.
Ready for takeoff. My motivation, I think it follows in line. I think with what my family's done is kind of a sense of duty to serve our country and give back since it's given us so much.
I'm a very, let's say, timid person, but definitely helped me become a more confident person.
Working with a group and my peers, it really shows how much working with a team can strengthen you.
All right, ready to go? Ready to go. I derive a lot of purpose from serving others. I think serving something bigger than myself gets me out of bed every day. If you follow it up, keep on.
I definitely pushed myself further than I ever thought I could go.
I joined the military service because I want to deploy. That's my main goal, is deploy, deploy, deploy.
If we get the call, we have to go somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
This is one of the few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to put my life on the line for you, and they're willing to put their life on the line for me.
This is what we train for. This is what I want to do. My team leaders and squad leaders, they know exactly what to do. Check equipment, check weapons, check ammo.
We're always ready to deploy within 18 hours and handle the mission at task. We jump so frequently so that our jump masters and the paratroopers are ready to deploy.
I'm very passionate about being a jump master. The paratroopers, they see you and, you know, they believe in you. I love to instill that confidence with my passion into those paratroopers. It's a rush. It's great.
Drop in clear for personnel drop.
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies.
I love the Army. It is a great place to set yourself up for success, to prepare yourself for the future.
God bless you, God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army.
Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson, Alaska is the home to America's Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide, conduct multi-domain operations in the Indo-Pacific Theater and the Arctic, and on order decisively defeat any adversary in extreme cold weather, mountainous and high-latitude environments through large-scale combat operations. The Angels are the Army's only Arctic division. Masters of Arctic warfare, the 11th serves worldwide in all climates. Established in November of 1942, the Angels of the 11th Airborne Division led the way in the Philippines during World War II and spearheaded an amphibious invasion of Luzon and distinguished themselves during the liberation of Manila. After periods spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65, the division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels. Requiring ongoing maintenance in the field and on base because nothing happens until something moves, wheeled vehicle mechanics supervise and perform maintenance, repair, and recovery operations on vehicles that serve the Army in a variety of mission-critical roles. Included in the array of mobile artillery such as Paladins and the Abrams tank is the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle known as the JLTV. It's highly adaptable, providing protected and sustained mobility for personnel and payloads. The JLTV is known for its off-road capability while providing armor against small arms and improvised explosive devices. The JLTV, right there. Reserve is inseparably linked to America's long-standing citizen soldier tradition. Organizationally, the Reserve's roots lie in the Medical Reserve Corps, established back in 1908 to provide a ready reserve of medical manpower. This organization was folded into the new offices of the Officers Reserve Corps in 1917. Reserve organizations furnished crucial manpower to the Army during World War I and were merged into 1920 into the Organization of Organized Reserve. During World War II, the Army activated 26 Organized Reserve infantry divisions, and roughly a quarter of the Army's officer corps came from the reserve during the conflict. During the Korean War, the Organized Reserve Corps was reorganized and redesignated the U.S. Army Reserve. The Army Reserve has since served as a vital source of manpower for the force during times of need, gradually transitioning from a strategic force to an operational force in response to the pressures of the war on terrorism. In the 170,000 Army Reserve soldiers and 11,000 civilians serving their home communities, and when needed, they can quickly mobilize. The Army can't deploy, they can't fight or win without the Army Reserve. They are an important component of Army readiness. Let's have a big hand for the Army Reserve. Tomorrow's Army looks to increase safety and survivability, create efficiency, and streamline processes. The Stryker is a great example of assessing evolving needs and developing the solution. Strykers provide a balance between heavy armor and infantry brigade and combat teams. Hear the name Bastogne, they remember one of World War II's most heroic defenses, the Battle of the Bulge. Surrounded by German forces in the frozen forests of Belgium in December 1944, soldiers of the 101st Airborne held the line. 2nd Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment, 1st Mobile Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, Bastogne. They are showcasing the Army's Transformation in Contact Initiative, a program that allows the Army to rapidly test, evaluate, and equip our soldiers with the newest technologies. Modern, mobile, and mission-ready, the Bastogne Brigade continues to adapt to new threats while staying rooted in the fierce resilience that defined its birth. They are carrying the next-generation squad weapons, the XM7 and XM250, both equipped with the XM157 optic. The vehicles are the infantry squad vehicle, a new mobility asset that can rapidly move through most terrain types. The trailer is the S-MET, and it's capable of carrying heavy loads under its own power through restrictive terrain. This platoon is equipped with 3 types of small unmanned aerial systems. They are the Ghost X, located on the S-MET, the C-100, and right above us there, the X-10D, which are flying above the formation right now. Fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable in multiple theaters since it first fielded back in the 1980s. Designed as a troop transport tank killer and to match speed with an Abrams tank, the Bradley is a fierce fighting machine. The Bradley accompanies American troops often with the M1A1 Abrams tank, nicknamed the Beast and Whispering Death because of its firepower, accuracy while moving, and its stealth. Together, they offer mobility and firepower, a fearsome combination.
sky, the AH-64 Apache. It's the premier attack helicopter in the world. The Apache entered service in the mid-1980s and continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of aerial rockets, guided Hellfire missiles, along with 30-millimeter cannon fire. The aircraft you see here is configured with a sophisticated targeting radar system and can operate in poor visibility and in the black of night. With more than 1,280 aircraft in operation accumulating over 5 million flight hours, 1.3 million of which have been in combat, the AH-64 Apache represents the backbone of the U.S. Army's attack helicopter fleet and a growing number of international defense forces. Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin. Now, let's roll on to the future of Army readiness. The Army Research Laboratory robot dogs reflect the latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot. They have increased mobility, improved tactical awareness, reduced risk to soldiers, and enhanced teamwork. Replacing soldiers, robot dogs can explore terrain that may be difficult for soldiers to traverse. Disposable explosive ordnance that act in defensive posture or aggressive capacity when armed. Robot dog is another innovation that can adapt seamlessly for various missions from recon to bomb recognition. These dogs reduce risk and support soldiers completely in high-stakes missions. They have a standard walk speed of 2 miles per hour and are working towards 6.7 miles per hour sprint. Continuously serving Army band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and gentlemen. West Point Band traces its history to a single drummer and fifer appointed by George Washington during the American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and versatile performing groups in the world. Prestigious institutions in the world where leadership is forged and duty becomes destiny. This is West Point, where Army leaders are made. With the motto of duty, honor, and country, West Point trains the best and brightest to serve their country as Army officers. Founded back in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the Long Gray Line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents, Grant and Eisenhower, and numerous generals, including John J. Pershing, Douglas MacArthur, and Norman Schwarzkopf. Upon entering the United States Army, all recruits undergo initial entry training, a highly intense and a challenging training period aimed at developing a soldier's physical and mental toughness, instill discipline, train them in essential combat skills, and foster teamwork. IET transforms civilians into soldiers based on the 7 core Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. The Virginia Military Institute, on a mission to produce citizen soldiers, men and women educated for civilian life, prepared to serve their country in the armed forces. VMI counts a Nobel Prize winner, 11 Rhodes Scholars, generals, 7 Medal of Honor recipients, and a Pulitzer Prize winner among its graduates. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, students at Virginia Military Institute can participate in Army ROTC or the Corps of Cadets. While cadets in the Corps can serve in any branch of the United States military or pursue other careers, those in Army ROTC earn their commission as officers, ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Blue Ridge Battalion commissions approximately 130 second lieutenants, ensuring that excellence in leadership continues in generations to come. The Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, offers students the opportunity to participate in Army ROTC or the Historic Corps of Cadets. Founded in 1842, the Citadel is the 3rd oldest of the senior military colleges and is known for its Corps of Cadets living and studying under a classical military system that makes leadership and character development essential. While military service is not required at graduation, more than 120 students earn their commission each year through the Army Senior ROTC Palmetto Battalion, playing a vital role in shaping the future. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, Texas A&M University is home to both Army ROTC and the renowned Corps of Cadets. The Corps of Cadets' central purposes has remained building individuals that exemplify respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. Students at the university who participate in the Army ROTC earn their commission as officers, ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Warrior Training Battalion at Texas A&M proudly commissions more than 90 second lieutenants and is honored to shape the future leaders of the U.S. Army. In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers will raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the Military District of Washington Retention Team. Shaping tomorrow's Army, West Point's most inspiring cadets remind us that America's future is courageous and in capable hands.
The pride to serve my country knows that I'm doing it not for myself. Every day I put on the uniform, I'm not just representing Caroline Robinson. I'm representing my company here at the Academy. I'm representing West Point. I'm representing the United States Army, and ultimately, I'm representing the United States of America.
I really came to West Point because belief in the American dream and giving back to our country.
You're a part of something that is much bigger than yourself. You're a part of a tradition of excellence and a legacy that's connected not only to the Academy, but to the American Army.
I'm surrounded by people who want to make themselves better and serve our country.
Excellence is their baseline, and that to me is what it means to be a West Point cadet.
From the earliest days of our nation, this supreme tradition of American military service has been passed down from soldier to soldier and generation to generation, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
My brother preceded me here, and originally I didn't really know what West Point was until he came. But when I saw the mission that they were committed to, of upholding the principles of American democracy and protecting the Constitution, I knew it was somewhere I had to be.
Every time that we lived outside of the United States, I always developed this sense of gratitude and pride of being an American, and I wanted to give back to my country what it gave to me.
And it wasn't until I zipped up the blouse and I put the belt on for the first time that I realized that I was going to be serving my country, and it felt right. West Point was the place that I needed to be, and more importantly, the Army was where I wanted to be.
I just looked to the left and right over basic training and realized that we all had the same American patch on our shoulders, that we're all fighting for the same thing. I mean, there was no better feeling in the world knowing that every single person around you is committed and willing to die for that mission.
You came for excellence, you came for duty, you came to serve your country, and you came to show yourselves that you are among the smartest, toughest, strongest, most lethal warriors ever to walk on this planet.
What excites me the most about my future in the Army is the opportunity that I'm going to have to give back to the American soldiers that I'm going to be leading.
Because ultimately, they don't get to choose. And to me, it's that burden of responsibility to be the best leader.
And as a young officer, that's going to be exactly what I get to do.
I was the cadet basic training first detail for the first 3 weeks. And I got to see the new cadets come in from their families' homes and being in process on their very first day and watching them grow so quickly.
I would do all the formations, and I looked out at these 1,000 new cadets, people who just come out of high school. They were completely different people.
I don't think there's another institution in the country like West Point where the student body is so committed to furthering the mission of America and ensuring our democracy and freedom for generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the best, and that's when I realized this is a place that I absolutely want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution, but it only provides opportunities. The people here have to choose to take those opportunities and grow and lead and serve. And the people here want to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I would tell any high schooler who is considering it, you won't regret it.
Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
Ranger School is the best life insurance policy for our Army. It will always end with two people facing off with each other, and we need young leaders to be able to close with and destroy the enemy and defend our nation's interests forward.
Surrender is not a Ranger word. It's not an option. I know that I'm not going to be able to get to do this again. This is my chance.
It all starts at the legendary Ranger School, the crucible where these elite warriors are forged. It has been described as the longest approved gut check in the Army. Over 62 days, students will patrol hundreds of miles over mountains and through swamps under the crushing weight of their equipment. All the while, they are deprived of both food and sleep, forced to perform at the very edge of their physical limits. But it's not just the physical challenges that make Ranger School so intense. The mental strain will break these soldiers down to their core.
If I have a come to God moment, I take my PC off my patrol cap, and on the inside of that, my commander gave me a Ranger tab, the yellow and black one that you get during graduation, and I pinned it to the inside of my PC.
Ranger School is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are up to the challenge, it is the ultimate proving ground.
They already didn't have enough beds for people in our company. And our eyes reminded us that we don't have enough beds because there's not going to be this many people by tomorrow. Just a slight reminder that there's too many of you anyways, and not all of you are going to pass.
Rangers, if you don't figure it out, you're about to get another casualty.
It's completely different than what people would think Ranger School is like, but you can't put that into words, so it's hard to tell somebody something that you have to experience for yourself.
They got a saying, it's called as the tab turns. So Ranger School is continuing to change and to develop, but at the end of the day, it is the same, right? They're always going to put you in scenarios that is going to test with your ability to actually make decisions on the ground.
As you go through Ranger School, it is a gut check. It's going to check you out. And what's going to get you through it is whether you have it or not. Thousands and thousands of soldiers train all their lives to come here, prepare themselves to come to Ranger School, and only a few hundred leave here every class with the tab. It's not for everyone.
I'm not going to leave until I get it, so just buckle down, stop complaining, and just get the job done.
Please welcome country music sensation and proud supporter of our troops, Warren Ziders.
I'm lonely, rose up when the wine's gone like a record on replay, laying on old memories and talking about what it used to be. She'd probably be the death of me, but damn if it ain't sweet, she's my pretty little poison, my heartache in the night with a kiss on her lips. Just like cyanide. Yeah. just 'cause there she wants me. Try my best not to fall where she falls into me. We all need some kind of fix. For me, she's the one to pick. Nothing else will do the trick. She's all I need. She's my pretty little poison. My heartache in the night with a kiss on her lips, just like cyanide. Yeah, she came with a warning, but I didn't mind. I'll go out on that high every time. She's my it's alcohol. I want none at all. I just want you. No, I just want you. My pretty little poison. My heartache in the night with a kiss on her lips, just like cyanide. Yeah, she came with a warning, but I didn't mind. I'll go out on that high every time. She's my pretty little poison. My pretty little poison. She's my pretty little poison. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm nervous, but I would just like to say thank you so much for having me here tonight. I am just so fortunate to be here in front of y'all, and thank you guys so much for what you guys do. And honestly, happy birthday, y'all. Happy birthday. This next song was loved by y'all. So if you know the words, please sing along. This song's called Ride the Lightning, y'all. Mama always said I was born on the white side. Yes, she did. One foot in the flames and the other trying to walk the line. Can't say I never saw it coming. I could see the warning signs. Mama always said I was born on the wild side. I guess Mama was right. 'Cause when the clock strikes midnight, gonna ride the lightning, feel the thunder till the darkness pulls me under. Gonna fly on wings of fire, breathing good, Lord lifts me high. Singing, oh, when they call me on. Singing, oh, when they call me on. Gonna ride at a crossroads with a pen in his hand and a long list of lost souls. They say flips a coin, fools at a fool's gold. There's a man in a black coat standing at a crossroads. I hope he lets me pass by when I close my eyes. Gonna ride the lightning, feel the thunder till the darkness pulls me under. Gonna fly on wings of fire, breathing good, Lord, lift me high. Singing, oh, when they call me home. Singing, oh, when they call me home. Gonna ride the lightning, ride the lightning, ride the We got one more chorus, y'all. Gonna ride the lightning, feel the thunder till the darkness pulls me under. Gonna fly on wings of fire, breathing good, Lord, lift me high. Singing, oh, when they call me home. Singing, oh, when they call me home. Gonna ride the lightning. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody here, everybody that has attended tonight, I just want to say thank you so much. And I'll leave y'all with this. I'm more anxieties, y'all. Thanks for having me. It has been my honor, ladies and gentlemen. I really mean that. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to the Army. Happy birthday to our President, Donald Trump. Amen, y'all. God bless America, baby!
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. Each of you on the field today is among the most talented members of your generation. You could have done anything you wanted. You could have gone anywhere. You could have gone to any school. Matt's incredible heroism helped ensure that not a single American soldier died in the Battle of Shock Valley. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. The dignity, daring, and devotion of the American military is unrivaled anywhere in history and any place in the world. Our soldiers do not rest until they win. Our citizens know that you're standing guard, killing terrorists, crushing our enemies, and keeping America safe. But you're also keeping it strong and proud and mighty and free. This week we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their incredible families, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform. Our debt to you is infinite and everlasting. With the grace of God, America will always prevail.
Well, let me say to the thousands of Americans who traveled from distant towns and across state lines to be here today, this is your national capital. Welcome to Washington, D.C. We are thrilled to have you. This evening, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, the oldest branch of the greatest fighting force ever known to man, I want to say to all the soldiers all across our nation's capital and all across the world, happy birthday, soldiers. We're proud of you. And I want to say you represent an unbroken line of greatness, of excellence. And one of the things the President of the United States has told his entire administration, from the Vice President on down, is that we must remember that the young men and women who put on the uniform and serve this nation are our most precious resource. We must honor them, we must respect them, we must fight for them. And that's exactly what the Trump administration aims to do every single day. And so to our soldiers, we're so proud of you, and let me tell you that the way that we honor and respect you is, number one, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to, and number two, when we do ask you to go to war, we give you the weapons and the support needed to kick the hell out of the enemy and come back home safely. Now, I know I am the last thing standing between the main event, and that is a dangerous place to be with a lot of soldiers in the audience. So let me just say a couple of quick additional thoughts. First of all, June the 14th is, of course, the birthday of the Army. It is, of course, the birthday of the President of the United States, and happy birthday, Mr. President. But I would get in trouble if I didn't mention that it's also my wedding anniversary. And so to my lovely wife, I love you, honey. Happy anniversary. And thank you for everything that you do for our country. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief of the United States Military, President Donald J. Trump.
Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady, and above all, thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army. Thank you very much. Because the Army keeps us free, you make us strong, and tonight you have made all Americans very proud. They're watching from all over the world, actually. Made them all very proud. Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight. And watching this magnificent display, our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning, so to every veteran across our land and right here in our nation's capital, including 6 recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor, we love you, we honor you, and we salute your noble service to our flag and to our country. As we celebrate tonight, we also think of the hundreds of thousands of Army soldiers who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation and selflessly laid down their lives in every war, from the Revolution to the War on Terror. To the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our entire nation stands. We thank you. Yes, we thank you. Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world. With the creation of America's Army on June 14th, 1775, liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword. Those first Army patriots in the American Revolution fought against a fearsome enemy and impossible odds, but they were armed with a righteous cause. They were led by an indomitable commander, a truly great man, General George Washington, and they were united by an eternal creed. Their motto was victory or death. Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields of battle around the globe. With the frostbitten feet and bloody fist, they have marched into the flames and fury of combat, charged up mountains, stormed beaches, waded through torrents of gunfire, and leapt into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires, crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads of American tanks, it's done so well, it's done so much, and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete. Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win. And that's why no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the Congressional Medal of Honor, more than anyone or anything. There was Mad Anthony Wayne, asked by George Washington to lead a daring midnight raid up the cliffs of Stony Point with unloaded muskets and only their bayonets to fight the redcoats. Mad Anthony replied, "Issue the order, sir, and I will storm into hell for you." Then there was the Civil War general, John Corse, shot in the face in combat. He fired off a message to his commander: "I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able to whip the hell out of all of them." He stayed on the front lines, it seemed forever. In World War II, there was the great Creighton Abrams, besieged on all sides by the Nazis at the Battle of the Bulge. He boldly proclaimed, "They've got us surrounded again, the poor bastards." This is the fighting spirit and unyielding force of the U.S. Army. It has never changed, and it will never, ever change, because there is no earthly force more powerful than the brave heart of a U.S. infantryman or an Army Ranger, paratrooper, or Green Beret. They are the best, they are the finest. From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, from Yorktown to Shiloh, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan, the Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage, untold sacrifice, and unequaled and undying glory. Our soldiers have poured out their blood by the bucketful on Missionary Ridge and Heartbreak Ridge, on the sands of Sicily, Normandy, and the Philippines, and on the dusty streets of Da Nang, Baghdad, and Fallujah. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now, and our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion of Army warriors and patriots, heroes and legends. And tonight we affirm with unwavering certainty that in the years ahead and in every generation hence, whenever duty calls and whatever danger comes, the American soldier will be there. No matter the risk, no matter the obstacles, our warriors will charge into battle. They will plunge into the crucible of fire, and they will seize the crown of victory, because the United States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America. And now I'd like to ask our great First Lady to join me at the podium. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, on behalf of the United States Army, the Army Golden Knights, I would like to present to you this flag, which was flown over our nation's capital in free fall during the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
Welcome back, everyone. What an amazing parade down there, from down at the parade, the beginning of the parade, up here to the rooftop looking over Washington, D.C. Brighter days are ahead for America. I'm joined with Jack Posobiec to my right, Jane Zirkle to my left, and I tell me your first name again, sir.
Brad Thayer.
Colonel Bradley Thayer.
Colonel Thayer.
Happy birthday, Colonel. Happy birthday, Colonel. It's been an incredible week, starting in L.A. with the crazy lunatics over there, then to Chicago, now to here. So forgive me, Colonel Thayer. It's an absolute honor. We've got Dave Zier out in the field, as well as Steve Gruber. Steve, are you with us? Can you hear us? How loud is it down there?
Ben, I'm with you. It's pretty loud. Lee Greenberg has just taken the stage, as you can imagine, to wrap up the festivities for the 250th birthday party for the United States Army. What a lot of fun this was, Ben. You were down here watching all the stuff go through. I said, there's a couple of toys in that lineup that I could use at home. I can get some things done with some of that equipment, I'll tell you what. The crowd was big. I'll tell you this, though. After Donald Trump spoke and swore in the new service members, a good part of the crowd left. I think they thought that was all they were going to hear from him. Now he just gave a few remarks here. And for those that stuck around, which is a good number of people, they're pretty pleased they got to see the president. They got to see this parade. They enjoyed it. Say again?
Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit to Houston, and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, sing it with me. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Light up your cell phone. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. God bless the United States Army. Thank you.
God bless America. We were singing here. Now, I don't know. Did you guys get the recording of that? It's not the
I was
same.
not singing. Ben was
You were singing. You were singing. You were all singing.
Yes.
You're singing on the inside. Lee Greenwood, everyone, an American treasure, an absolute hero of America. God bless him. We've got some more treasures out there, including David Zier. But before we go to him, Jack, what was your favorite part of the night as a Navy guy watching this happen? You think about America, what we've gone through, the threats, the attacks, everything that's going on.
So, Ben, I got to be there, and we just came up. We were down in the very front row with my family, with the kids, and my son was sitting right in front, and my father had brought something from home. It was his dad, so my grandfather, my son's great-grandfather, he brought his World War II cover with him.
Wow.
And he was sitting there and in the front row, and as he was sitting there, my grandfather was 1st Armored Division, the U.S. Army, World War II, North Africa, and the tanks of the 1st Armored Division rolled by.
Wow.
And I said, son, the man who wore that hat, oh, my dad's coming up, he's got it right here. You better catch it. All right, there it is.
Wow.
Right here, the man who wore this, his tank was on full display, and his great-grandson got to wear it. And I said, you know what? Every patriotic American family has got something like this. And look, in the grand scheme of things, maybe it's just a hat. Maybe it doesn't mean that much. But to our family and to all the families out there, it means so much to us, because that's what makes a country. It's people. That's what we're fighting for. That's what this was all about today. And that's why the media is never going to understand what this is about. Fighting for something that's bigger than you and being part of something that's bigger than you. And so to Colonel Thayer and to all the other of my brothers in arms in the U.S. Army, I say happy birthday.
Amen, amen. Colonel Thayer, you're today. What does this mean to you?
Well, Ben, it means three things. But first, I just better correct the record. I was never a colonel. I'm a DAC, a DAC, a dumbass civilian. So for most of my career, and it means three things. First, the best of America was on display this afternoon.
Yes.
The audience, the soldiers, and the people who are watching it around the world, and the signals that it sent around the world. Secondly, this event inspired and united America. It was an occasion that we had. It's been since 1991. But it's certainly an event that we need to have at this time. And then thirdly, Ben, I think it's echoing what Jack also identified. It's an occasion where we commemorate, but we also, and we celebrate, but we also recognize the sacrifice of the men and women who've given everything through the Army and their sister services, of course. Jack is...
come on!
And then November 10th for the Marine Corps. But we recognize, of course, that so many have sacrificed everything for it. And President Trump recognizes that, and it's just a blessing to have a president who embraces America and its history and its institutions and its traditions rather than seeking to overthrow.
Yeah, amen. Jane?
This was not the DEI-ified military of Joe Biden.
Oh, no.
This was a full show of peace through strength. And I mean, look at President Trump's reaction to the parade. I mean, just saluting every unit that came by. He was in full attention. He seemed absolutely thrilled to be celebrating his birthday in this manner. And it was an incredible display for the whole world to see. And especially with what's going on right now, everything over in the Middle East, it's a grand gesture. So it's a wonderful day and a wonderful day to celebrate America.
Amazing. We're going to get back out to Steve Gruber in a second, but before we do, we got to remember to get your freetrumpknife.com. By the way, I was thinking about all the craziness around America. If you don't have, you need a knife, you need a gun, you need a knife, you can get one, a free one, freetrumpknife.com. Don't forget to do that. Steve Gruber, you're out there. We don't want you to get rained on. How is it looking out there? And again, what was the biggest takeaway for you from today?
Well, I was talking about this earlier. It was a terrific. The biggest takeaway is this. Reflect on August 2021 and how humiliated America felt leaving Afghanistan. Take that and compare it to what we saw today, which was a celebration of the military, not turning your back, not ignoring them, not just, giving up assets in the Middle East to terrorists. No, this was a day to say, look, America's proud. We've been here since Lexington and Concord for 250 years. Stand up. Be proud of what you have. Be proud of who you are. Be proud as a nation. And I thought it was pretty remarkable. And, the other magical thing is, you mentioned the rain. We've dodged it all day. They kept coming in and veering. I don't know if we're going to dodge it much longer because the weather seems to be getting a little bit dicey out here, but it was pretty remarkable. It was almost like, let's say divine intervention, keeping the rain off us for a moment there. That's the way it looked looking at the radar. But for the most part, it's wrapping up here. I can't see all the way over to the podium where I am, so you'll have to take it from there, Ben. But it was a remarkable day, a patriotic day. A day felt like a 4th of July parade, really, just a little bit early. And of course, it was a birthday, not just for the Army, but for Donald Trump as well.
Yeah, it really did feel like that. And speaking of divine intervention, we had Cassandra Watkins with us the whole day, and she's been praying. She's right over here. She's been praying for the clouds to stay away. I was praying the same prayer all day, looking at the radar. And you know what? Thank you, Lord, for giving us a beautiful, beautiful day. I know the left didn't want that to happen, but it ended up just being an incredibly beautiful day. And as we talk about that, we've been waiting out here for fireworks. Here they come. Thanks to Phantom Fireworks. David Zier, lead us into the fireworks. What was your biggest takeaway as we watch these beautiful fireworks? Phantom Fireworks, thank you guys. David Zier.
This was the real diversity session.
David,
Your soldiers, families. Yes, can you hear me? You got me? They got me?
Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
Soldiers and families, they're the diversity of all races, colors, and creeds today. And 20% of the military is Catholic. And the Pope was wrong during the Pentecost last week when he said we don't need borders and nations. And when the protesters were chanting the other night in NYC, no borders, no nations. I think all these soldiers here would disagree with that also as the protesters over New York City, Bernie Kerrick's funeral 10 blocks away last week from where they are today. They're chanting, ice, ice, you better start shaking. Today's pigs are tomorrow's bacon, calling for violence. Well, this was the real sign of unity. Washington is back to a large degree. Ever since that dystopian Biden inauguration and the ridiculous COVID shutdowns that destroyed this city, there's energy again, and it's back. And I'd rather be here than with the protesters. Thank you, Ben.
David, God bless you. I know you've been fighting out there in New York for a long time. We're going to watch these fireworks, guys. Enjoy. If you love America, enjoy this. Again, thank you to Phantom Fireworks. Support Phantom Fireworks. Support the companies that support the values you believe in. God bless America.
I swore an oath to every generation before me. I wear the same branch insignia as the soldiers who crossed the Delaware. Before there was a nation, there was an army.
I serve because unity is worth the fight.
I carry that legacy forward every time I put on this uniform.
Both of my grandfathers served in the Second World War. They answered the challenges of their time, and it is my goal in this uniform to answer and meet the challenges of my time head on.
He ain't heavy. He's my brother.
The arms are swinging a cadence count. Sound off. 1, 2. Sound off. 3, 4. Bring it on down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring
There's a strength in these bonds. There's a realness to these bonds. It's not just because this is your team, it's because your life depends on these people.
I am an American soldier.
I'm a warrior and a member of a team.
I serve the people of the United States and live the Army values.
I will never accept defeat.
I will never quit.
Trained and proficient in my warrior task and drill.
I am an expert and I am a professional.
Enemies of the United States of America in close combat.
I am a guardian of freedom and the American way of life.
I am an American soldier.
I am an American soldier.
I am an American soldier.
When I'm outside guarding the tomb of the unknown soldier, it is one of the most honorable jobs I think that I could have had in the military. I think about those soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice.
Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife. Who more than self their country loved, and mercy more
It was a humbling experience putting on this uniform. I believe this uniform is a symbol of trust, and it represents the highest ideals of our country.
Thank you for joining us on this historic occasion. A special thanks to Scott's Miracle-Gro and all of the terrific America 250 sponsors that helped make this monumental event happen. And to you here in our audience or watching at home, to those in our U.S. military who are currently serving, have served, or being remembered. Thank you for celebrating in the greatest country in the world. God bless you and God bless America. Good night.
God bless America. Man, if you haven't been to a Trump firework display, I got to do it at the 4th of July at Mount Rushmore. I was here for another event down the Washington Mall, and tonight, man, what a beautiful display of America. Shout out to Phantom Fireworks. Thank you guys for sponsoring the show. We really appreciate it. And what an amazing, beautiful day. This is just, talking about this, we're heading into Father's Day tomorrow. To me, this is the reforming the foundation of this nation. To all the fathers out there, you got your kids over here, Jack. To all the fathers out there across America, tomorrow we want to say thank you. But just watching this today, it just makes me think of the importance of men and families, strong men, strong families building this country. And Jack, when we were watching that fireworks display, you said something that just really hit me about Trump and the inauguration.
Well, you know, Ben, and look, and it's great having the kids here. Kids, did you have a good time today? Yeah! Hey, did you have a good time?
Yeah!
Dude, did you have a good time?
Had a wonderful time.
Salutating, we had a great time, and there. Having family here and living locally, you always want to have the family to take part in, and I'm not going full Clark Griswold on it or anything, but we never got to have a chance to celebrate the victory of President Trump's inauguration, and the weather was all the way. And so I'm not saying this was that, but we need to celebrate our victories. We need to celebrate when this movement, which is a people's movement of taking back our country, we need to celebrate our military. We need to celebrate, as you say, fathers. We need to celebrate those who defend us. We need to celebrate all of these things, and it's just incredible to be able to do that here in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital today.
Amen. Amen. Brad there.
Well, Ben, I think picking up on Jack's theme, I just want to elaborate on it. It's that it's an occasion where we recognize that tomorrow will be 10 years since President Trump came down the escalator. And so much has been accomplished. There's so much that yet has to be done, of course, but we can be thankful to God for everything that's been accomplished thus far and that remains to be accomplished. But on a night like afternoon and night like tonight, it allows us to have faith, of course, not only with what President Trump has given us, but also in terms of the American people and what we saw on display. With the soldiers, of course, and with their family, friends, and the audience, and everyone who came to participate in the celebration today. It was indeed the best of America on display, and it's an occasion that we need to have more frequently in this country, where we recognize what we've accomplished, and yet what still needs to be done, Ben. But let me just add my note to Jack's that for all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day tomorrow, and God bless you.
Amen. I couldn't help but notice, thinking about as they were walking through, kind of going back to a little bit of what you're saying, Jack, there, the Vietnam era, wearing the Vietnam uniforms. Those guys never got to celebrate. They came back to ridicule. They came back to being spit on and being attacked, demonized, and after watching their brothers and sisters killed overseas, standing up against communism. And you think about that, to at least even be able to celebrate some of the Vietnam veterans that were in attendance today, watching their uniforms march down that street. Jack?
No, I completely agree with what you're saying, and seeing all of the uniforms from previous eras. We had the Revolutionary era. All right, Jack's signing off. He might be back, but he's signing off for now. We had the Revolutionary era, Washington. We had the fife and drum. You coming back? He's coming back.
Bye, everybody.
Wait, hold on. You gotta talk on the microphone.
Bye, everybody. I'm leaving.
All right, Jack, can we got one more thing from you? Can you say happy birthday to the Army?
Happy birthday, Army!
All right. And look, I love seeing it, the different eras. Revolutionary era, the fife and drum. Then we had up next was the Union soldiers, the Union boys of the Civil War up to World War I. I was stunning, just absolutely stunning. And I wasn't able to upload much footage yet. I've got so much footage from right there in the front row. World War I, World War II, and then Vietnam, Desert Storm, and you're just remembering back to these previous eras that have gone before and the sacrifices that have been made by so many people. And we don't think about that because it's the opposite. So conservatism, right, is an understanding of those who came before us and that we stand on their shoulders, and then maybe we can make life a little bit better, but that those who came before us made something that's really and truly amazing, the greatest country in the world. And conservatism means that we want to maintain that, but then also, just do what we can to fix things up while we're here, and then pass that on. Progressivism throws that all out the window. It says, oh, no, the world is terrible and full of inequality, so we've got to change the world and create better people and a better future. So they don't accept it at all. They don't even appreciate what all of these people have done, what all of the lives and the blood that's been shed for us. And right across the street, you could, if it was a clear day, if it was day out, you could see Arlington Cemetery from here. All right, so go over there and tell those folks that our past doesn't matter. No, it actually does, and it matters quite a bit.
Do you think, to that point, Jane, do you think that's partially why the left was so vehemently against this happening? Because that's such a great point, Jack. You see those eras, and you think you can't help but watch that when you see that. I had a girl standing behind us that had a sign that said, "This is weird," and all I could think was, what is weird about this? Celebrating America, celebrating the men and women that have died for this country, the generations that have died for this country. When you think about the opposition who's celebrating transgenderism and genital mutilation and undermining America's sovereignty on our borders and supporting communism and taking God out of society and replacing it with the devil, you look at that and you compare that to today. How important is what Jack was talking about, you think, is preserving that, and how afraid are the left of that actually taking root back in our country again?
Well, the hyperfixation of the left has been to erase our histories. They've gone into the schools. They've changed the narrative with this DEI craziness. They've gone in and wanted to destroy our military history. And I think what was so powerful of today is, from running through all the way from the revolution to the global war on terror, it showed that, hey, we're here to celebrate our past, and we're going to instill that in future generations. And not only instill that, but also instill the peace through strength initiative that President Trump wants to instill to ensure that future generations are not subjected to endless wars that are unnecessary.
We are at a turning point in our country, and Brad, I don't want to put you on the spot, being the eldest on the stage right now, but you lived through some of those eras that we didn't get to.
Hey, that's only because Steve's not here.
That's true. Steve was here. But having lived through that, you look at the way the left is really trying to tear down this country. And I always think about this, what the counterculture used to be. We are that now. In the 60s, the counterculture was the peace and love and the hippie movement. Now it's really MAGA. It's restoring our country. Can we get that back in our country?
Absolutely can. And tonight, this afternoon and tonight demonstrated that. I think anyone who was here, who watched what was on display, there was heartfelt patriotism, love of country, and recognition that we stand on the shoulders, as Jack said, of those who came before us, and we will pass a baton on to those who are yet to come. And so recognizing that, of course, this is something that we're able to get back. It was never lost. The left obviously wanted to suppress it, to kill it, so that they could advance the revolutionary agenda. But tonight gives us great hope, and it should reassure, of course, our friends around the world, of course, and our adversaries, and those who wish us well, should take note of the events of tonight.
Absolutely. And this, Jack, this is hopefully the beginning. You know, this hasn't been done since 1991. We're watching this happen as it's unfolding. You look at what's happening around the world with Iran, the attacks, all of these things that are happening right now. We're going to continue talking about that in just a minute. We got more coming up, including a highlight from the day, from the festivities, everything else. Before we get to that, though, we got to pay some bills. Shout out to our sponsors again, Phantom Fireworks. Thank you for that display and for supporting us. We'll be right back.
back to our parade coverage in a moment, but first we want to thank Patriot Mobile. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. Where you spend your money matters, which is why I want you to switch to America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. You get exceptional nationwide coverage because unlike most wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major networks. You can even have 2 lines on 2 separate networks all on one phone. Now that's freedom you can't get with any single network carrier. Patriot Mobile, the flexible, unlimited high-speed data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and internet on the go. It's all there. Patriot Mobile is your one-stop telecommunications solution. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in minutes. Go to patriotmobile.com/parade or call 972-PATRIOT. Get a free month of service with promo code PARADE. That's right, promo code PARADE. Make the switch today and defend freedom with every call you make. That's patriotmobile.com/parade. Or you can always call 972-PATRIOT.
America 250, celebrating our nation's strength and the heroes who defend it. Right here on Real America's Voice.
All right, guys, we're almost wrapped up here. God bless America. And again, just one more time, to my dad, Paul Berquam, I just want to say thank you. You were an example for me, and to all the fathers out there, all the real men out there, God bless you. Just going to go around the horn. Final thoughts, Jack.
Well, you know, you mentioned Father's Day. My father's right there. My son's over here, both sons. But, you know, there's something else that I feel watching this parade, watching all the tanks rolling through, President Trump's there. All I got to say is, hey, libs, Daddy's home.
Jane?
Talking about Daddy being home, I will be at Trump Tower Monday morning with some very exciting interviews.
Go.
So make sure you tune into War Room then.
Brad?
Well, Trump promised a golden age for the United States of America, and I think that we saw really elements of that tonight, and the events of the parade, the celebration before, the celebration after. So we need to recognize, of course, what our past delivered for us and what gave to us, what we need to pass on, of course, to our progeny. So, Ben, thank you very much indeed. It was a wonderful evening, just an outstanding celebration in every respect.
God bless America. God bless President Trump. Happy birthday. Check out these highlight reels. I think you're going to enjoy them. God bless you guys. Have a great night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed.
Art Pulver and drum major Rob Moore. Today, Pershing Zone is playing a melody entitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. This was actually written in 1908 by the then Lieutenant Edmund Louis Snips Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regiment of the song entitled The Case on Rolling Along, and 1986 was revised by our as the official song of the U.S. Army, and had been titled The Army Goes Rolling Along. Pershing Zone carries on a century-old legacy playing a march that brings pride to every soldier. The Army Song. The 3rd Infantry Regiment is the oldest active duty unit in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during the Victory Parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation's official ceremonies, sporting events, and their own at the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vision. While also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen best known for their bravery on D-Day, when 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades, they've been sent across the world with stints as far as the Middle East, where they took part in Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army. iconic Sherman tank is here, ladies and gentlemen. It was the cornerstone of the U.S. Armed Forces, showing its military might in World War II. It became one of the most influential tank designs of the 20th century. The M4 tank was nicknamed the Sherman tank after Civil War General William Tecumseh Sherman. Actually, it was named by the British. With almost 50,000 produced during World War II, the Sherman tank was in active service until 1957. In World War II, the M16 half-track was a force to be reckoned with. It was a self-propelled anti-aircraft weapon with speed, firepower, and grit. Nicknamed the meat chopper, its quad 50 caliber mount could unleash 2,300 rounds a minute. Quite devastating. It served through Korea, Vietnam, and beyond, and remains in use in U.S. allies to this day. The M16 half-track brings the fight wherever it rolls. The U.S. Army Transportation Corps motto states, "Nothing happens until something moves." That was never more true than with this. Look at this, the 2.5-ton Chevrolet Deuce and a Half. It can move up to 10,000 pounds of cargo and was the backbone of the Red Ball Express that kept the Allies supplied after D-Day in World War II. The Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, began on June 25, 1950, with the North Korean Army's invasion of South Korea. A coalition of South Korea, the United States, and other United Nations members defeated the invasion and advanced into North Korea. The coalition fought and defeated 2 Chinese offensives in the spring of 1951. Armistice negotiations began shortly after that defeat in July of 1951 until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8 million military forces to the Korean Peninsula. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase. The M151 kept rolling along as the lightweight, high-mobility general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back in 1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more than 40 years in 4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed. Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this deuce and a half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck, was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The deuce and a half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything. In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood. And over the music marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War. That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat. From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety. The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below. And the icon of the era, the UH-1 Huey, the first turbine-powered helicopter in service with the U.S. military. There was nothing the Huey couldn't do. General support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayuse, Cobra, and Huey, ladies and gentlemen, three iconic Army symbols in the sky. The 1st Cavalry Division Band, based out of Fort Cavazos, Texas, has played a vital role in U.S. military history. Since its origins back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities. From World War II in Korea to the Vietnam War in Bosnia, the 1st Teen Band has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national Army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band performs Hit the Leather and Ride, a march composed by Captain Robert Meredith Wilson. This piece reflects the cavalry's transition from horses to mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band. The U.S. Army deployed large numbers of troops in support of the Vietnam War. The first contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s, and that quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers, which then expanded to more than 600 over the next decade. As the war intensified, troops' numbers quickly grew as the war between the South Vietnamese government and the communist insurgents supported by North Vietnam intensified. By January 1969, more than 364,200 soldiers organized around 7 divisions and 20 separate combat brigades. The United States began withdrawing its forces in July of 1969, and the last Army combat unit left South Vietnam in August of 71. The last U.S. combat soldier came home March 1973, while a small number of non-combat personnel remained until April 1975. Representing the Vietnam War era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. Blistering heat, thick humidity, and unforgiving terrain demanded uniform innovation. And the Army, they delivered. New lightweight uniforms were constructed to move with the soldier. The M16 replaced the M1 Garand, calling for redesigned ammo gear and faster reloads in combat. armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance. Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle. When Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, the U.S. Army deployed to Saudi Arabia to deter further Iraqi aggression in the region for what was known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, coalition troops liberated Kuwait, and the Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender.
Back to our parade coverage in a moment, but first we want to thank Patriot Mobile. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. Where you spend your money matters, which is why I want you to switch to America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. You get exceptional nationwide coverage because unlike most wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all three major networks. You can even have two lines on two separate networks, all on one phone. Now that's freedom you can't get with any single network carrier. Patriot Mobile, the flexible, unlimited high-speed data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and internet on the go. It's all there. Patriot Mobile is your one-stop telecommunications solution. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in minutes. Go to patriotmobile.com/parade or call 972-PATRIOT. Get a free month of service with promo code PARADE. That's right, promo code PARADE. Make the switch today and defend freedom with every call you make. That's patriotmobile.com/parade. Or you can always call 972-PATRIOT.
Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady. And above all, thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army. Thank you very much. Because the Army keeps us free, you make us strong, and tonight you have made all Americans very proud. They're watching from all over the world, actually. Made them all very proud. Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight. And watching this magnificent display, our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning. So to every veteran across our land and right here in our nation's capital, including 6 recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor, we love you, we honor you, and we salute your noble service to our flag and to our country. As we celebrate tonight, we also think of the hundreds of thousands of Army soldiers who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation and selflessly laid down their lives in every war, from the Revolution to the War on Terror. To the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our entire nation stands. We thank you. Yes, we thank you. Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world, with the creation of America's Army on June 14th, 1775. Liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword. Those first Army patriots in the American Revolution fought against a fearsome enemy and impossible odds, but they were armed with a righteous cause. They were led by an indomitable commander, a truly great man, General George Washington, and they were united by an eternal creed. Their motto was victory or death. Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields of battle around the globe. With the frostbitten feet and bloody fist, they have marched into the flames and fury of combat, charged up mountains, stormed beaches, waded through torrents of gunfire, and leapt into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires, crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads of American tanks, it's done so well, it's done so much, and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete. Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win. And that's why no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the Congressional Medal of Honor, more than anyone or anything. There was Mad Anthony Wayne, asked by George Washington to lead a daring midnight raid up the cliffs of Stony Point with unloaded muskets and only their bayonets to fight the redcoats. Mad Anthony replied, "Issue the order, sir, and I will storm into hell for you." Then there was the Civil War general, John Corse, shot in the face in combat. He fired off a message to his commander: "I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able to whip the hell out of all of them." He stayed on the front lines, it seemed forever. In World War II, there was the great Creighton Abrams, besieged on all sides by the Nazis at the Battle of the Bulge. He boldly proclaimed, "They've got us surrounded again, the poor bastards." This is the fighting spirit and unyielding force of the U.S. Army. It has never changed, and it will never, ever change, because there is no earthly force more powerful than the brave heart of a U.S. infantryman or an Army Ranger, paratrooper, or Green Beret. They are the best. They are the finest. From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, from Yorktown to Shiloh, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan, the Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage, untold sacrifice, and unequaled and undying glory. Our soldiers have poured out their blood by the bucketful on Missionary Ridge and Heartbreak Ridge, on the sands of Sicily, Normandy, and the Philippines, and on the dusty streets of Da Nang, Baghdad, and Fallujah. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now. And our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion of Army warriors and patriots, heroes and legends. And tonight we affirm with unwavering certainty that in the years ahead and in every generation hence, whenever duty calls and whatever danger comes, the American soldier will be there. No matter the risk, no matter the obstacles, our warriors will charge into battle. They will plunge into the crucible of fire, and they will seize the crown of victory, because the United States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America. And now I'd like to ask our great First Lady to join me at the podium. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, on behalf of the United States Army, the Army Golden Knights, I would like to present to you this flag, which was flown over our nation's capital in free fall during the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
We've been waiting out here for fireworks. Here they come. Thanks to Phantom Fireworks. David Zier, lead us into the fireworks. What was your biggest takeaway as we watch these beautiful fireworks? Phantom Fireworks, thank you guys. David Zier.
This was the real diversity session.
David, we have
soldiers, families. Yes, can you hear me? You got me? They got me?
Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
soldiers and families. They're the diversity of all races, colors, and creeds today. And 20% of the military is Catholic. And the Pope was wrong during the Pentecost last week when he said we don't need borders and nations. And when the protesters were chanting the other night in NYC, no borders, no nations. I think all these soldiers here would disagree with that also, as the protesters over New York City, Bernie Kerrick's funeral 10 blocks away last week from where they are today. They're chanting, ice, ice, you better start shaking. Today's pigs are tomorrow's bacon, calling for violence. Well, this was the real sign of unity. Washington is back to a large degree. Ever since that dystopian Biden inauguration and the ridiculous COVID shutdowns that destroyed this city, there's energy again, and it's back. And I'd rather be here than with the protesters. Thank you, Ben.
Amen, David. God bless you. I know you've been fighting out there in New York for a long time. We're going to watch these fireworks, guys. Enjoy. If you love America. Thank you guys for joining us for the 250th anniversary of our Army in the United States of America. Also celebrating President Trump's birthday. Special coverage from Real America's Voice News. It's an absolute honor to join you guys. I can't wait, though, to get home to my girls. I'm going to be flying home tonight for Father's Day. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell Billy or Chloe or Olivia or Lillian. I'm going to surprise them at church tomorrow. We couldn't do this without our sponsors, and we just want to say thank you again. FreeTrumpKnife.com, AMAC, Birch Gold, and one of my favorites, Patriot Mobile. Support the companies that support the values that you believe in. For so long, we've had this cancel culture. We've had companies that have gone against networks like ours that actually preach the truth and tell the truth. It's time that we support the companies that will stand up for the truth. Support those companies. To all of our fathers out there, again, God bless you. God bless America. God bless you, President Trump. Best days are yet to come. Golden age is here. We'll see you guys later.